Chapter 171. Let the Gith people feel the wrath of the Goddess of Liberty. With the help of the red light from the torches and lanterns, Danny rode the green dragon from an altitude of 800 meters and swooped down to the pyramid directly below, aiming at the center of the garden on the top floor. Almost at the same time, Blackie adjusted its position at an altitude of 22 kilometers. Well, in a normal state, the three dragons could also sense Danny's coordinates, even if they were separated by a continent and an endless ocean. If it entered the dragon spirit, Blackie might. Well, Danny had never tested how accurate its perception was before. When they were 400 meters away from the pyramid, in Blackie's magnetic field induction itself, Danny and the Earth's core seemed to be connected into a line. In theory, this line ran through the center of the pyramid. So, Blackie suddenly loosened the iron drill on its claws. The wrath of the Goddess of Liberty activate. The moment she felt the claws loosen, Danny knew that the positioning process had been completed. She patted Little Green's back lightly, drew an arc in the sky, and flew toward the sea outside the city. Well, she once watched a movie, Special Forces 2 Full Strike, where God's cane fell from the sky, and only one destroyed a modern metropolis. It was much bigger than the new Gith. It was the first time Danny did this kind of thing, and she was a little scared. She was afraid that the shock wave like an atomic bomb would blow her away, so she planned to stay away. 30 heartbeats later, the sky was still the same. 60 heartbeats later, Danny was a little anxious. The dark night still did not see the fiery meteor she expected. 90, 120. Is the height too low, the speed not enough, the friction not enough? Ouch, it's here. There was no clock, and it was unknown how long had passed. When Danny was impatient, a bright red finally appeared in the dark sky. In the dim starry sky, the red meteor was so dazzling that Danny could see it with the naked eye. Ha ha ha. She laughed excitedly and almost stood up on Little Green's back. Then, a red star suddenly split into two smaller but brighter meteors. One of them fell into the sea and quickly dimmed, and the other made a rumbling sound in the quiet night and fell. Fuck this. Danny was stunned. How can the error be so big? Boom. About a kilometer to the north of Zingi's city, there was a thunderous boom, and then there was no more. What a scam! The iron staff shattered in midair? Isn't the quality of this steel too poor? It's only 25 kilometers and it's burnt to a crisp? She couldn't help but think of the crisis she experienced at the Poplar Slope. An agile swordsman's scimitar was broken by her in a few moves. The hardness of the ordinary steel in this world was much greater than she had expected. Moreover, the direction deviation is a bit big. Even if the iron rod is not melted, it will not fall to the top of the pyramid. Danny thought in annoyance. She had seen it clearly before. When the fiery red meteor appeared, it fell towards the north of the city. If the iron rod did not break, it would most likely fall near the city wall. The tail fins weren't handled properly? Was there a deviation in positioning? Or was it too high? But if it's not high enough, there won't be enough power. Danny was confused as she rode Green Feather towards the north. Yes, Megalosaurus had two flight modes. They could flap their wings hard and fly forward with all their might. Their speed could reach more than 300 kilometers per hour. Or they could learn from an eagle, spread their wings and glide in the sky with the help of the air currents. Their speed was a little slow, about 150 kilometers per hour. The former was fast, but when it exhausted their stamina, they would need to rest after 4 to 5 hours. The latter was slower, but it did not exhaust their stamina at all. They could fly continuously for 1 or 2 days. When they returned at night, Danny lay on Little Green's back and slept. The three dragons glided towards Astapor at a steady speed. Around 9 in the morning the next day, Danny yawned and landed in the garden at the top of the pyramid. It failed. Maybe I should change it to a big bronze ball, she said to Cora, who had a curious look on his face. The friction between the ball and the air was too large. Its flying speed was definitely not as fast as the iron rod, but at least it would not scatter. Half a month later, the spies in New Gith, the wind-blowing group, sent a shocking message. On a certain day and night, at the banquet of the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance, just as Graz Dan was giving an impassioned speech about the 10 defeats of the evil Mother of Dragons, a fiery red meteor suddenly fell from the sky to the north of the city. Everyone was shocked, thinking that it was a bad omen. Graz Dan was the only one who laughed and said, The red sword piercing the north means that the dragon mother of the north will be in pain. This is a good omen. The next morning, the guards at the city gate found a piece of meteoric iron essence 1 kilometer away from the north of the city. It weighed 15 kilograms. Master Haru from Koer took a closer look and exclaimed, "Another dawn, the sword of the world's strongest, the Buddhist sword, is about to be born?" 18 high-level blacksmiths spent 10 days and finally forged a giant Arak machete and a two-handed greatsword. The machete was called Dragon Slayer, meaning the blade of the Dragon Slayer mother. The sword was called Dawn, not to commemorate the Buddhist sword, but to symbolize the victory of the Alliance army. Although it was dim now, it would definitely come. The machete belonged to Graz Dan, one of the commanders of the Alliance army. The Dawn greatsword was temporarily controlled by Zero, the representative of the 13th Prince of Queers. Recently, New Gith City had been promoting this auspicious omen. The people were excited, and the soldiers were in high spirits. Many city representatives who were originally hesitant also announced that they would join the Alliance army. In an instant, the Alliance army and the United Nations power increased crazily. Danny's eyes widened, and she could not help but curse. In the past few days, she had tested it a few more times in Slave Bay. After testing it with a copper ball, she found that for some reason, Blackie's position perception was indeed wrong. The farther the distance, the bigger the error. The iron rod would also deviate from its position in the air due to its uneven structure. When it fell from a low altitude, the ball would not deviate, but the impact would not be enough. Moreover, the copper was too soft, and it would easily burn into a pool of copper liquid. If Danny still wanted to continue the Fury of the Goddess of Liberty plan, she had to solve two problems: accurate positioning and forging good steel. Oh, Danny had recently started to research the steelmaking furnace in addition to continuing to lead the people to farm. The results could not be seen in a short period of time, but this world was not without awesome steelmaking technology. The arsenal left behind by Valeglia Koer. She needed to import a few master-level blacksmiths from Koer, the kind of awesome people who could reforge Valeglia's steel. Or she might as well take the path of pure violence and let the 4 dragons train their muscles crazily. If she could carry a 2-ton stone and fly to an altitude of 25,000 meters, Danny could also very pretentiously shout, "Meteor fall." She did as she thought. Danny posted a notice to recruit blacksmiths, as she began to train the weight-bearing ability of the 4 dragons. This morning, as usual, when Danny was practicing her swordsmanship on the ridge of the field, the red-haired Lila hurried over from the city on a horse. Before she got off the horse, she anxiously shouted to Danny, "Your Majesty, it's bad." The Murine messenger Crow brought news that Snow was assassinated last night. 2 of his knights were killed, and he himself was stabbed in the waist. "I'm afraid." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs, and her emotions were so agitated that she almost fell off the back of the horse. "Calm down, he's not dead yet, right?" Danny casually stabbed the iron sword into the ground and walked over to support her. This was a premeditated assassination. The assassin saw that his intestines were flowing out and left. "Now he's hanging on the poppy milk. I'm afraid John won't make it, boo-hoo." Lila threw herself into Danny's arms and cried. "Don't worry, I'll go to Murine now." Danny comforted her as she motioned for Ji-Chi to take off her armor. "Your Majesty, even the commander of the Murine garrison was assassinated. I'm afraid the situation is a bit..." Barristan said worriedly. "You come with me," Danny said. "Well, I'll protect your Majesty," Whitebeard said solemnly. After a while, Big Black and Little Green landed on the ground. Whitebeard climbed onto Big Black's back. Danny rode the green dragon, and the two quickly flew in the direction of Yuan Kai. Well, Little Green and Little White were not allowed to be ridden by others alone. Danny could fly with them, but under Danny's command, anyone who was not malicious to Danny could ride Big Black. They could not be regarded as Big Black's knights because Big Black did not listen to them at all. In essence, it was still Danny who took them to ride Big Black. Danny changed into her gray full-body armor, and Barristan also changed into a white glazed knight's armor and a white cloak, the standard outfit of the Kingsguard. After fully armed, the two continued to rush to Murine. In less than an hour, the 2 dragons arrived at Murine, but they did not immediately go down. Instead, they first circled around the top of the Great Pyramid. When the horn sounded, Several unsullied captains and Erie came to the top garden together. They waved to the two in the sky, and the two dragons landed on the turf. "I should prepare a pair of crystal goggles," Whitebeard said as he lifted his helmet and rubbed his watery eyes. "Take me to see John," Danny said directly to Erie. On the 32nd floor, in a spacious stone room, Danny saw John in a coma. The morning sun shone through the skylight on the knight's pale face. If it were not for the golden light between the wings of his nose that could see the fine dust moving with his breath, Danny would have thought that this was a lifeless corpse. She lifted the sheet covering him and unwrapped the white linen wrapped by the healer. A strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of strong liquor spread in the stone room. Fortunately, there is no strong smell of feces. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. "His intestines are not broken?" Barristan, the veteran slayer, immediately reacted. "It's broken, but not too serious." Danny waved to Erie and said, "Go and get the box with the short dagger in my room." She then said to an unsullied Missand, "Help me take off my armor. Sir Barristan, take someone and guard outside the door. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes." Several people answered together. After more than a month of fighting, there were many wounded soldiers. Danny had already demonstrated the bloody scene of cutting open the stomach to save people dozens of times in front of everyone. Barristan and the others did not doubt it at all. Because Danny had long known that her surgical skills would be used one day, she began to collect medical books on anatomy as early as the time of Qualls. Don't doubt, this world's anatomy was very developed. The scholars in the old town had studied human anatomy for at least 3,000 years. There was a great scholar named Cabin who even created a different world's version of Frankenstein. In the eyes of others, Queen Danny was a genius. With only a few medical books and the guidance of a few doctors, she became an outstanding medical scholar. Well, Barristan believed that if the queen went to the old town to participate in the examination, she would definitely be able to forge her own silver necklace. Chapter 172. An hour later, Danny applied a layer of anti-inflammatory ointment to the sutured wound and asked the doctors next to her, "Do you understand?" "My eyes understand and my mind remembers, but my hands, I can't do it." An old black man smiled bitterly. Yes, this is a very complex wisdom. Although we have seen you do it many times, we only dare to treat ordinary knife wounds now." The people next to him echoed. "Hey, help him wrap the gauze," Danny said as she washed her hands. "Remember to change his dressing in the evening." After conquering Murine and coming into contact with senior doctors, Danny was surprised to find that there were anti-inflammatory ointments in this world. An ointment made of mustard seeds, nettles, and baker's yeast. Danny guessed that this ointment contained a small amount of penicillin, unpurified raw penicillin, like the mustard brine and tofu mold made in ancient times. "How is he?" Barristan asked with concern after Danny pushed the door open and left. "If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to survive." Danny waved to Missandei's brother, Missandei, and called him to her side. As she walked to the upper palace, she asked, "Where is Klein?" The Great Pyramid of Murine was taken down by Danny in a surprise attack. After that, she lived here. When the butcher Clyde came to Murine to become the acting governor, Danny still retained the ownership of the Great Pyramid, because no one dared to live in the room where the queen used to live. So Danny followed Astapor's old example. The upper level of the pyramid belonged to her, the lower level was transformed into a yamen for handling disputes, the lower level was the government office, and the middle level was the material storage room. The Unsullied and the city guards could live below the queen's chamber. As the governor of Murine, Klein should also have an office in this pyramid. Last night, after the news of the assassination of Commander Bolton, the Earl of Broken Shackles immediately asked the scholar to send you a letter. He took hundreds of soldiers to search for the assassin overnight, and has not returned yet, Missandei said. Danny nodded, satisfied with Klein's enthusiasm. "What's the matter with John?" "He is the commander of the city guards and the banner master of the Red Dragon banner. Even if I leave the city guards infantry regiment in Yuan Kai, he still has 4,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 newly joined militia. 500 Unsullied remained in Murine. They were mainly responsible for guarding the Queen's Great Pyramid and ensuring her safety when she came to Murine. In addition to John's 9,000 infantrymen, Klein also had 500 cavalrymen and 500 gladiator infantry. Well, John's army belonged to Danny, and was responsible for helping the Queen maintain the stability of Meereen. Cleon's 1,000-foot cavalry belonged to his private army. Because Cleon was a count with real power, he had a fief and the responsibility to help the Queen guard the border. It was impossible to do without an army. Of course, this does not include Gith prisoners of war and labor prisoners, who can also be transformed into soldiers when necessary. Missand's expression was awkward as he stammered. Last night, Sir and a few colleagues went to the Western District to look for prostitutes. They didn't bring many guards with them. John and Lila didn't. Alas, it seems that I didn't arrange it well. I have to find a chance to transfer Lila to Meereen. When Bruce Wayne and Lila Amber were in the Rose Regiment, they were the infantry squadron leaders, so after the reorganization of the city guards, they were still responsible for commanding the infantry. During the Northern Expedition, the cavalry commander John Bolton participated in the Meereen raid with Danny. After that, he stayed there while the infantry of the Red Flag Army were stationed in Yuan-Kai. Your Majesty, the Count of the Shattered Shackles is here. Not long after returning to the top palace, the Unsullied who was guarding outside the door came in to report. Let him in. Klein had also changed into a knight's armor, gilded and polished. The sunlight from the skylight fell on his body, making him look like a golden man. On his left and right shoulders, there was a golden boar head ornament with long tusks. The golden boar's tusks were biting on a palm-sized golden ring, and the golden ring was fixed to a floor-length golden cloak. It looked extremely heavy, and as the butcher count strode, the cloak stuck to his back and did not float. The cloak was embroidered with black thread of a roaring giant holding an axe. Surrounded by circles of broken chains, this was the Count of the Shattered Shackles family emblem. Klein took off his helmet and tucked it under his armpit, and came to the Queen's seat with the smell of blood. As he walked closer, Danny could see his face through the plate armor on the butcher count's chest. So shiny, aren't you afraid of death? The corner of her mouth twitched, and she complained in her heart, even I don't dare to wear such a flashy golden armor. If I go to the battlefield, I'll be a huge third wheel, and I don't know if I can survive 2 episodes. But Danny didn't say anything. Not to mention the golden armor, even if Klein had a diamond armor, the Queen had no right to interfere as long as his money came from a normal source. Well, Klein was indeed rich. Danny never mistreated her subordinates. After taking Slaver's Bay, almost all the high-ranking officers became rich. As the only count under the Dragon Queen, Klein was even richer than before. After saluting, Klein shouted in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I've already caught the sons of the Harpies and brought them to justice. No more, no less, I've caught them all. No more, no less." Danny face-bombed. Humph, those guys bastards, everyone has a disloyal heart. It's not wrong to catch a few more. The butcher gritted his teeth. Cough cough, Klein, the code clearly states that under my rule, people have high and low statuses, but personal beliefs and races are equal, so don't say bastards again. It was absolutely impossible for everyone to have equal statuses, so she could only preach the equality of races and beliefs. Your Majesty, I won't say it in public, Klein shouted. Okay, tell me what's going on? Some of the guy's freemen secretly formed an underground society called the Sons of the Harpies. The main purpose of this society is to oppose your great rule and restore the glory of the decaying slave empire. The members of the society call themselves the Sons of the Harpies and wear the mask of the Sons of the Harpies. They plan to do it in 3 steps. First, they secretly assassinate the new and famous freemen, making the name Sons of the Harpies, strengthen the society, and absorb more Sons of the Harpies. Then they began to assassinate our soldiers, from the patrol soldiers to the basic officers, making Meereen jittery and weakening our strength little by little. I'll weaken them and they'll finally show the flag of the Harpies, take down Meereen and cut off my head. Klein gritted his teeth, and his fierce face twisted into an ugly demon-like expression. Danny was a little shocked. Did a lot of people die? Why didn't I receive any news? She wondered. Alas, this is still the plan. Before they could do anything to the new freemen, they met the drunk Sir John. Klein waved his hand. How do you know so much? Did those people confess in just one morning? Danny asked curiously. Haha, that group of cowards. Their hearts are as vicious as demons, but their bones are as soft as slugs, and their methods are as weak as children's play. Klein's tone could not hide his disdain. Then, he turned to Danny and said, "Of course, the reason why I was able to capture those rebels so quickly and interrogate them about their plans was all thanks to the system of household registration, and the 10 households sitting together that your majesty set up." Danny had no doubts about catching the assassins. Hearing Klein say that it only took half a day to catch all the sons of the Harpies, she was not surprised. In the original plot, Danny Rise was badly battered by the sons of the Harpies. Countless freemen who supported her were killed, and a large number of Unsullied were killed. Even Baristan died in the hands of the Gith soldiers. He did not die in the book. She herself was forced to escape on a dragon. In the end, even the little demon Tyrion came to Meereen, but he could not solve the rising rebellion. It could be said that Danny Rise's rule in Meereen completely collapsed, and her cause of freeing the slaves was a complete failure. In the end, she could only bring the Unsullied and the Centaurs away from Slaver's Bay, leaving behind a devastated city, countless corpses of the new freemen, and numb and despairing eyes of the new slaves and curses. It must be known that the original Danny Rise's territory did not include Astapor and Yuan Kai, only the city of Meereen. Who knows if the director-author cast a halo on Danny Rise and Tyrion, or if Tyrion did not do anything on purpose. From any dynasty in the Celestial Empire, any qualified rank 7 county magistrate could easily solve this small problem, but it forced Danny Rise, who had 3 dragons, to her death at this very moment. A butcher who had never been to school and didn't have much experience took less than 12 hours to catch all the assassins the first time the Harpy son committed a crime. He even dug out all the core members of the Harpies organization. Danny Rise did not even do anything, and the rebellion was already quelled. This one could not help but sigh. The wisdom of the Chinese ancestors in the field of governance really left the foreigners behind by a few hundred streets. There were 2 very simple rules. Organize the people into households and register all the population and family relationships. If 10 households were to sit together, if one person broke the law, all 10 households nearby would be implicated. The sons of the Harpies wearing masks? There were only a few dozen or even a few hundred households in the street where the crime happened. You could fool 1, 2, 10, 100 households, but could you fool everyone? The Gith people hated the Dragon Queen, but if the Gith people were united, determined and fearless, Danny Rise would not have been able to take down Slaver's Bay. So, in order to not be implicated, and also because they could not stand the butcher's torture, someone must have confessed the identity of the sons of the Harpies. What happened next was simple. Just like what the butcher said, the Gith people were extremely cruel to their slaves, but they themselves were cowardly slugs. Those who had the slightest bit of courage put on the yellow silk cloak, and all the yellow silk cloaks were defeated by Queen Danny Rise, captured and locked in the field camp outside the city. The rest were the cowards and the children of the rich. It was true that the butcher was uneducated, but he was not without ability, especially when it came to dealing with the Gith people. Clayan was an expert. In fact, the current Meereen was very similar to Xianying when the 6 kingdoms were first united. Chapter 173. The 6 kings were one, and the 4 seas were one. The imperial concubines, the princes, the imperial grandsons, the imperial palaces, the carriages came from the Qin, the morning songs and night strings, the people of the Qin palace, the royal family, nobles and imperial concubines of the fallen country were all moved to Xianying city. There were more than hundreds of thousands of people, but when have you heard of the sons of the Sixth State assassinating the ministers of the Qin dynasty? In fact, until the death of the second king of Qin, none of the GC people of the Celestial dynasty dared to cause trouble. Well, the first emperor of Qin didn't even have a dragon. Not to mention the Qin dynasty, in any of the dynasties of the Celestial dynasty, even the night before the fall of the country, there was no case of internal members rebelling and almost forcing the emperor to death. In Danny's view, it was too easy to rule the Slaver's Bay because the GC people were mixed race and had long lost the blood of the original race. To put it bluntly, the current GC people were a rotten and inferior race. More importantly, they didn't have an advantage in population. The GC people in the Slaver's Bay only accounted for 1/5 of the total population. The 3 cities of the Slaver's Bay only needed to arrange 3 qualified county magistrates. The previous owner, Danny Leasy, didn't feel the hardship at all. Instead, she spent a lot of time out of the city every day to do farm work and practice swordsmanship. The son of the harpy just came out and did something. Danny didn't even have time to ask before the illiterate Clayton easily uprooted them. Clayton, what are the identities of the people involved? Are there a lot of people? Danny's right elbow pressed against the wide armrest, her palm supporting her chin, and asked calmly. A total of 743 people were arrested. 25 of them are GC merchants and small nobles who kept a lot of wealth. The rest are all GC citizens. But I suspect that there are descendants of great lords and even the Green Saintess involved. It's just that they hid very well and didn't find any evidence of their direct involvement. Speaking of this, Count Butcher couldn't help but sigh and complain. Sigh, Her Majesty is still too kind. Other than the great lords who participated in the GC alliance who were deprived of their property, the small and medium merchants and nobles only lost their titles and pyramids, and then were fined a sum of money. The Holy Grace Temple of the three cities was kept intact. It's too easy for them. I've said it before. Citizens' property is sacred and inviolable. Although those merchants buy and sell slaves, they mainly use slave workers to run legitimate businesses. As for the temple, it's a group of weak women who have no true faith. Danny sighed helplessly and asked, I can't confiscate all of a cloth merchant's property and send his whole family to reform through labor just because he bought slaves to work as weavers, right? Your Majesty, I have to say something very disrespectful. You are completely wrong, Klein said, shaking his head. Danny asked curiously, what did I do wrong? In the world, our enemies are the slave owners and slave-catching teams, but in Slave Bay, the enemy class can be accurately determined to be the Giz race. Sire, you must realize that the Gith people will not love you or like us, the new freemen, in any case. Therefore, we must always and firmly implement the policy of attacking the upper echelons of guys. As you taught me before, the guys slave owners are class enemies, and their personal composition is naturally not clean. Danny's cheeks were slightly red. She touched her nose awkwardly and whispered, Do you remember those words? Of course, I think Your Majesty's words are very reasonable. Only by completely defeating the decadent slavery system can we realize the free and beautiful feudal system. She didn't know if the revolutionary martyrs on earth would climb down from heaven and beat her for tampering with the classics. After taking down Astapor, Danny knew that there would be a battle between herself and the guy's slave owners. In order to equip her younger brother ideologically, she had gathered the generals in the army together several times and used just a few words were replaced: anti-imperialism, feudalism with anti-slavery, and building a XXX beautiful society with building a peaceful, free, and advanced beautiful feudal society. She didn't remember much. She just said what she thought. Now that she thought about it, Danny herself was not in a hurry to say anything. But she didn't expect that after almost a year Klein still had an epiphany. Does this guy really have the talent of singing? Clayton, your thinking is very advanced and radical. Danny racked her brain to find the right words. But we are surrounded by enemies, and there is a whole world waiting for liberation outside. If we slaughter the guy's people for no reason now, will there be anyone who will surrender to us in the future? Therefore, we must insist on implementing the concept of development with the code as the core. Neither the Lord nor the Queen can violate the code at will. Finally, Danny winked at the Butcher Earl, who looked thoughtful, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, So do you understand? A little, but I still don't quite understand. Klein also whispered. Hey, why are you so unenlightened? We can't violate the code. Naturally, the guy's nobles and rich merchants can't. If they dare to violate it, you can judge them according to the code. Danny said resentfully. But, Klein said blankly, it's because I can't catch them that I can't arrest the people behind the scenes. Hey, come closer. Danny waved to the butcher. I'll tell you another story. It happened about 6,000 years ago, decades after the Undulls invaded the Westeros. Well, the ancestors of Lannister in the western region were originally ancestors, and the people and nobles under his rule were also ancestors. But the Undulls' Iron Knights were too powerful. At that time, the king of Casterly Rock, Jarrow Lannister III, lost several battles in a row and couldn't bear it. He crowned his son-in-law, the Undulls Sir Joffrey Layton, as the next king of Casterly Rock. Thus, the war between the western region and the Undulls ended. But after the foreign war ended, the civil war began again. How could the Undul's king of Casterly Rock convince the vassals of the ancestors? Sir Butcher said thoughtfully, "It's a bit like the current situation at Slave Bay. The rotten guys people are the ancestors, and the powerful us are the Unduls. The ancestors want to rebel against the Undul's king." "That's right." Danny gave him an appreciative expression and continued, "Later, a scholar Lai from the Westeros City of Learning happened to meet the king of Casterly Rock." Danny picked out some of the stories of Lai Junshin's scholar Lai, adapted them into stories that fit this world, and told them to Klein. Butcher Count listened with fascination, eager to give it a try. In the end, she clapped her hands regretfully and sighed. "It's a pity that Scholar Lai's magnificent work, the Luo Weave scripture, has been lost. Otherwise, oh what a pity!" Earl Butcher shouted with a regretful expression. Danny nodded and sighed. The matter of Scholar Lai helping King Casterly Rock quell the rebellion of the ancestors' descendants has gradually been forgotten by time. There is no more Scholar Lai in the world. Klein couldn't help but say excitedly, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your Scholar Lai." "Very good, but don't worry." Danny raised her hand to appease him and lowered her voice. "You know about the alliance. We can't be passive and have to find allies. So, after a while, I will leave Slaver's Bay and ride a dragon to the western continent for a state visit. Coa Bravo's about half a month, maybe a month. So, do you understand?" Danny gave him a look. "I don't understand," Earl Butcher said blankly. "Alas." Danny rubbed her face in annoyance. Why didn't these foreigners have any eyesight at all? They didn't even know how to share the Queen's worries. This subject was too unqualified. She asked woodenly, "What don't you understand?" "I understand looking for allies, but..." Klein's shiny fat face was full of confusion. "What does this have to do with the trial of those Gith rebels?" Crash. Danny's right hand, which was wearing a lobster-shaped iron glove, reached out and grabbed the golden boar buckle on Klein's shoulder. She pulled hard and pulled the confused Butcher closer. She whispered into his right ear, "Do you know why Scholar Lai launched the purge when King Ken was not around? Because His Majesty is benevolent and noble. I can't wait to exterminate those Gith people, but I can't do that. Kind, innocent, noble and elegant, I'm not suitable for those things. When Scholar Lai does those things, I'd better not be there. Now Scholar Lai, let me ask you, do you understand?" Sir Butcher's eyes dodged, and his voice trembled as he said, Understood. Too terrifying. Previously, he had secretly mocked the Queen for being a soft-hearted little woman. Now he understood why she was the Queen and he worked so hard, but he was only a Count Ding Dong, your subordinate. Klein's fear of you plus 40 full value, loyalty plus 20 full value. If Danny had an Emperor system, she would definitely hear such a prompt. Danny's iron hand exerted force, and the wild boar head made of pure gold was deformed. She asked calmly, "You're the only one who knows about this. Even I don't know about it. Do you understand?" "Understood, I can't understand more." Sir Butcher nodded like he was pounding garlic. Count Klein, I'm very happy that you caught the assassin." Danny smiled and patted his shoulder a few times. She invited softly, "It's almost noon. Let's have a drink together to celebrate." Half a month later, the Volantis merchant who came to Astapor to buy white sugar brought a message from the Westeros. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey had fallen one after another. Prince Renly died in the first half of last year. The sausage-mouthed fatty-fat Doxim had a strange expression. He lowered his voice and said, "It was said that his soul was taken by his brother's blood magic." Yes, the grain merchant who was captured by Danny at Poplar Slope came to Astapor to buy goods again. At first, when the merchants heard that the Queen was willing to buy their cattle, horses, grain, oil, and other goods at the battlefield price, they were all excited and shouted, "Long live the Queen!" Later, when they found out that the difference between the battlefield price and Astapor's market price would be paid to the merchants in the form of subsidies, they all gritted their teeth and cursed, "Damn the female butcher." In the end, they reluctantly rushed for more than 20 kilometers and came to Astapor's commercial street. Gods above, this is sugar? Premium white sugar? So fine, so white, so clean, so pure, such white sugar. I want it all. What? My subsidies have been used up? Such fragrant liquor as pure as water. 1 bottle can exchange for 10 bottles of fruit wine. It's so worth it. I want it all. Why are your bronze wares so shiny? Are they gilded? What's so cheap? I want it all. Astapor also has glass? The purity is not as good as Mill. What's so cheap? I want it. A group of merchants rushed into the shop like mad dogs and spent the last copper coin in their pockets. The quota that Danny set was completely useless. In just one time the merchants used up all the quota. The law of fragrance was too powerful, and it was useful in another world. Chapter 174. Barristan's eyes widened as he looked at the fat merchant in disbelief. Are you sure that Duke Renly died at the hands of Stannis? Ever since Slaver's Bay began to gather information, they had already known about Renly's death. However, other than Danny, the others were not sure about the cause of Renly's death. Danny had also vaguely mentioned that the one who benefited the most was the murderer. Obviously Stannis, who had gained the 20,000 troops of the Stormlands and the sole right to inherit the Iron Throne, benefited the most from Renly's death. Renly was the Duke of the Stormlands, and Stannis's fief was Dragonstone Island, the land of the Targaryens. However, neither Barristan nor Jorah Mormont agreed with her conjecture. Stannis was an upright man to the point of being rigid. It was hard to imagine why Ed Stark did not become sworn brothers with him, Jorah said with a complicated expression. Stannis was not popular because of his adherence to the law and traditional morals. If not for the fact that he was married and had a daughter, many people would have thought that he was the reincarnation of Saint Burleigh. This was Barristan's evaluation of Erlu. In any case, in the hearts of the people of Westeros, Stannis was a man of integrity, tenacity, and bravery. He was not a sly person, and he would never commit the crime of killing his own family. Well, there were 3 unforgivable crimes in Westeros: violating the rights of guests, not following the sacred oath, and being stained with the blood of family members. The fat merchant pursed his sausage-like lips and said with absolute certainty, I have received news that Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Stark, saw Stannis' shadow slash Renly's throat with her own eyes. Even his laryngeal armor was cut open like tofu. This magic power. How is it possible? Jorah Mormont said in a daze. He did not want to believe the words of the Volantis merchant, but he understood that in order to get a discount from the Queen, he would try his best to get the most accurate information. Well, this fat man was one of Dany's intelligence personnel. He was in charge of collecting information west of Volantis, especially information related to the Westeros. There were ships from the 7 Kingdoms docking at the port of Volantis almost every day. You're making a fuss over nothing. Her Majesty has dragons. Faust didn't think much of it. Then he went on. Not long after Renly's death, Renly's new wife, Marjorie Tyrell, the Little Rose, remarried Joffrey in a secret arrangement that no one knew of before. In other words, Gao Ting, who had once supported Lannister, had changed his allegiance to Lannister. Duke Tywin, good move. With a flip of his hand he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had almost single-handedly changed the situation where Lannister was fighting 1 against 5. Stannis attacked the King's Landing from both land and sea. In the end, the imps set fire to all the warships, and the allied armies of Tywin and Tyrell cut off their escape route. In the end, they miserably fled back to Dragonstone Island. The Embark is out. They haven't even shot down the wild goose yet, and they're already arguing over whether to braise it or steam it. Isn't Erlu too stupid? Dany said with disdain. If Erlu and Sonlu worked together, with Dragonstone Island's huge navy and Renly's 70,000 infantry and cavalry, who in the Westeros would be their match? If they took down the Iron Throne, no matter who became the king, they would still be the victors. But Erlu was an idiot. They didn't even deal with Lannister before they started fighting among themselves. Cora and Barristan had previously insisted that Stannis was one of the top 3 generals of the 7 Kingdoms. Oh, Duke Tywin, who had been beaten to a pulp by the rookie Robb on the battlefield, was also one of the top 3 generals. According to Barristan's obscure disclosure, Barristan Thermy was naturally the top general. Then Stannis was second, Tywin was third, Rando Tarly was fourth, and Blynden Tully, Blackfish, was fifth. Well, Robert didn't count. He was recognized as the top general, not a general who commanded an army. Hearing the disdain in Dany's words, Barristan frowned and retorted, How many people can remain calm when faced with the temptation of the Iron Throne? All right, that makes sense. Danny reluctantly agreed with him and nodded to Fatty Faust. Continue. Stannis is out, and the only one left is Robb Stark. Fatso Faust shook his head in disdain. He's an idiot. Because of a woman, he broke his engagement with Marquis Fry and caused the death of his entire family. That's Snow, the bastard of the Northern Territory. Barristan frowned as he thought about that name. The captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow, Mormont said with a gloomy face. Yes, that's him. What's that guy doing? Did he encounter a shipwreck? Whitebeard was confused. Mormont looked at Fatty and asked, how many people died in the Northern Territory, nobles? You know? Faust asked in surprise. Is it Marquis Fry of River Delta? He killed Robb Stark at the banquet. Whitebeard asked. Faust was even more surprised, but he did not ask any more questions and said directly, yes, the young master broke the engagement, but he was unwilling to give up the power of the Fry family, so he asked his uncle to marry a daughter of the Fry family for him. Although Fry agreed, he had already secretly colluded with Roose Bolton and Tywin. On the night of the wedding, 5,000 drunken Northern Territory soldiers were all dead. Smack! Jorah Mormont clapped his hands and cursed with a terrible expression. I told you that red-haired boy will kill everyone. And that old leech Lou Bolton, he even did something like killing a lord. Does he have any sense of honor? Danny stared blankly at the knight who had lost his honor. Oh, you're also a noble of the Northern Territory. Faust came to a realization and comforted him. Don't be agitated, Lannister didn't have a good ending either. Just after the rebellion of the Three Kings was quelled, King Joffrey was poisoned to death at the wedding banquet. Jorah Mormont's eyes widened and said in disbelief, what about the Kingsguard? The king's food is checked by special personnel, right? He was also a Kingsguard, although Barristan looked down on him a little. He did his best to teach him the skills to protect the royal family. It's said that the king's uncle, the little devil Tyrion, poisoned the wedding banquet. No one was on guard, Fat Faust said. Barristan said sadly, I didn't expect that the Seven Kingdoms' vassals would fall to such a level, killing their own kin, violating the sacred marriage contract, and murdering the guests at the wedding. Morality is lost, etiquette is broken, music is broken. He could not help but look at Danny, his melancholy blue eyes flashing with anticipation. Your Majesty, only you can save the Westeros now. Why don't we find a chance to return to the Westeros? Ha, the Alliance is organizing an expeditionary force. If you return to the Westeros now, don't you want Slave Bay anymore? The fat merchant glared. Danny smiled and said to the merchant, Faust, the news you brought is very valuable. I'll give you a 15% discount on the sugar, how about it? Haha, thank you, Your Majesty. The fat man was also tactful. After a few words of thanks, he immediately took the initiative to say goodbye. After all the outsiders left, Danny frowned and said to Whitebeard, I don't care about the Alliance, but there are only a few months left in autumn, and then there will be years of cold winter. If we return to the Westeros, what's your plan, sir? I don't know, the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms is beyond my imagination, but there's one thing I'm sure of. The old man's eyes were like a mother who had just lost her child. There was confusion and pain. The Seven Kingdoms must not have prepared for food storage. It was also when he saw Danny frantically farming that the old man realized that 11 years of long summer meant that there would be at least 4 years of severe winter. But the Westeros who had been ravaged by war did not prepare for winter at all. Well, regarding Danny's slogan, prepare for 10 years of long nights. He only thought that the Queen was lenient in anticipating the enemy. He did not really think that there would be 10 years of cold winter. Sir Jorah, what do you think? Danny turned to the miserable man who seemed to have lost his father. His father was really dead. Not only was his father dead, he did not know how many members of his aunt's family were left. I think, if it's possible, I would like to go home and take a look. Jorah's eyes emitted a strange light. Your Majesty, how long does it take to fly from Slave Bay to Bear Island? This? Danny crossed her arms in front of her chest, tilting her head and thinking. The Megalosaurus's fastest speed was over 300 kilometers per hour, but it could not last long and was not suitable for long-distance travel. If it glided at a high altitude, perhaps it could last a day and a night? She had not tried it. If it glided at a high speed, that was, flapping its wings from time to time, accelerating and gliding again, it should be able to reach 200 kilometers per hour. Then she asked Elisa to return to her room and take out the world map, preparing to estimate how big this world was. Slave Bay was 2,200 kilometers away from Volantis, more than 4,000 kilometers away from Pentos in a straight line, and from Bear Island, separated by 2 continents and an ocean, about 9,000 kilometers. Danny lay on the map, measuring with a ruler little by little. If there are no major problems with Blackie's physical fitness, we can reach Bear Island in about 4 days, she said. 4 days. The 2 Kingsguard were shocked at first, then turned into ecstasy. Oh my God, the Megalosaurus is too strong. No wonder Valeglia can rule the world. Let's take a trip back to the Westeros before the Allied forces attack, Barristan said energetically. If we go to Volantis or even Kor or Pentos, it's not a problem, but Westeros? Danny looked hesitant. Because of the sea route? Barristan asked. Danny walked to the northern wall of the pyramid. Under the warm morning sun, white sails dotted the blue sea. There were ships sailing along the coastline towards Astapor. There were also merchant ships carrying sugar, copper, liquor, olive oil, and other goods slowly leaving the dock. In the past, only a small number of ships came here to buy the Immaculate, but now the port area sea trade seemed to be the same as the city, as if it was reborn with infinite vitality. Even if the Githas United Nations had been trying to block the sea trade at Slave Bay, under the deterrence of the Megalosaurus, their fleet did not dare to enter Slave Bay. If they did not enter Slave Bay, they would not be able to block the trade of Astapor, Yuan-Kai, and Murine. The reason was simple. The United Nations could not stop the merchant ships leaving Slave Bay. First of all, they could not stop them. Slave Bay's estuary was very wide. To completely block it would require too many ships, the price was too high, and the Allied forces could not afford it. Secondly, what could they do if they blocked it? Most of the merchant ships coming to Astapor came from Volantis. With the introduction of sugar, high-concentration liquor, and other products into the world market, Queers also had merchants coming to Slave Bay to buy goods. Queers and Volantis were important members of the alliance. They could not rob their own merchant ships, right? As for the strict verbal warnings, for the sake of the slave trade, they dared to fight the dragon. For the sake of the goods in Slave Bay, why would the merchants who made huge profits not dare to fight their own government? But the premise of all this was that the Megalosaurus was in Slave Bay. Barristan thought that Danny was worried that the United Nations fleet would rush into Slave Bay if the Megalosaurus did not appear for a long time. After all, the Westeros were too far. A round trip would take half a month. It's not just because we need to protect the sea route. The Westeros are very special. Chapter 175. What's so special about Westeros? The 2 white knights looked at Danny curiously. Westeros had deviant ghosts, 3-eyed crows who could observe the timeline, and a group of real old gods. As long as Danny stepped into the range of Westeros, all of her words and actions would be under the Brand's surveillance. The future Bran, the current 3-eyed crow. However, she could not tell these reasons to the 2 Kingsguard. After I show up, Duke Tywin might. Sigh, forget it. Even the faceless one is here. What am I worried about? Would Tywin be able to drag Westeros into joining the alliance? Danny shrugged and laughed as she let the matter slide. Just now she suddenly understood. The news of the deviant ghost's appearance would spread to Slaver's Bay sooner or later. When that time came, how could she stop the 2 white knights from returning home? In other words, would she always avoid the deviant ghosts in Westeros? Impossible. Which one of you is going to the Westeros? Danny asked with a smile. Me. The 2 of them looked at each other. Barristan spoke first. Sir Mormont, with your reputation in the 7 kingdoms, don't you have any self-awareness? Kor's face turned red. He argued, I'm now a Kingsguard. The Kingsguard's glory came from the Queen, but they could not bring glory to the Queen. I can provide more help to the Queen, sir. Do you admit it? Whitebeard said calmly. Without a doubt, if they saw Barristan standing behind Danny in a white robe, 90% of the nobles in the 7 kingdoms would look up to her. She could even get hundreds of people to respond to her call. Korra, on the other hand, had an extremely bad reputation. He could only bring negative influence to Danny. How about this? After all, This is the first time we're trying to fly a long distance. Let's check out the situation in the Seven Kingdoms first. We'll go to the north next time. Bear Island is really far. Danny looked at Mormont and said. It was about 6,000 kilometers from Slaver's Bay to King's Landing, which was 3,000 kilometers less than Bear Island. Okay, Cora said unhappily. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapo, one of them had long and slender limbs, while the other was tall and muscular. The two strange-looking armored knights nimbly climbed onto the dragon's back. Well, a knight in medieval armor with a modern mountaineering bag. As is two tall megalosaurus, one white and one black, spread their wings and leaped off the half-meter-thick granite wall, gliding towards the west. They flew all the way over the low mountains that were covered with shrubs and the Long Island Strait. They arrived at the abandoned island that Danny had named herself Long Island. It was another strait that was 150 kilometers wide. Danny stared up at him. Deep green forests covered the sea cliffs, and the sky was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Once the garden of the summer sea, the land of the long summer. The megalosaurus glided at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and arrived at the land of long summer in less than 3 hours. They set off at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was about 10 o'clock now. It was the time when the sun was warm, and white clouds were passing by in the blue sky. Under the golden sunlight, the sea was sparkling with golden light. But the land in front of them seemed to be in another world. It was like a brightly colored island landscape photo was divided into two from the middle. The east side was a black and white photo that added a hazy effect, while the west side was a high-grade beautifying effect. Danny could not help but ask Little White to stop, and Dahe also slowed down and slowly approached. The land of long summer is so strange. Baristan lifted the woolen scarf on his helmet and shouted to Danny, Your Majesty, do you want to take a detour through the Dothraki Sea? The detour was thousands of kilometers longer. I'll try to cross it, Danny shouted and rode the white dragon into the sky. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the sun was dazzling. The cotton candy-like clouds above her head were scattered by her. Little Green rose 7,000 meters and reached a height of 10,000 meters. The sky in front was still shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist. What's going on? How can the haze be so high? Danny was confused. This world is so unscientific. She cursed and drove Little White to start descending. After more than half an hour, Danny saw Dahe gliding in circles on the sea again. We can't fly over it. The air would become thinner if they went up a little higher. Danny and the dragon could bear it. The oxygen content in the fire was less, but Baristan could not. If the old man fell off the dragon's back halfway due to lack of oxygen, then he would be the most useless Imperial Guard in history. Baristan saw that Danny did not want to take a detour, so he shouted, I'll go in and have a look. Danny thought for a moment and let Dahe rush into the hazy gray mist with Whitebeard on its back. It was not that she deliberately let the old man explore the pit, but the key was that her resistance to all kinds of negative damage was obviously much higher than that of ordinary people. A giraffe could cross the river, but a pony could drown in the river. She let Whitebeard, the pony, try it on its own. If it could do it, it would leave. If it felt a little uncomfortable, it would leave immediately. Danny also entered the tightest dragon spirit state, and carefully observed every fluctuation in Dahe's spiritual sense. There was a change. There was a slight fluctuation in the magnetic field perception, but the fluctuation was not big. Dahe did not lose its direction. Crisis perception flashed almost imperceptibly. What was this? Where did the danger come from? Danny was a little confused. Dahe's crisis perception often fluctuated. For example, on the battlefield, even if he flew more than 800 meters high in the sky, there was absolutely no arrow that could have such exaggerated attack power, but there would still be a relatively large vibration. The lower the flying height, the greater the vibration. What was magical was that if there were no archers or dragon crossbows below, even if he was hovering at a height of 10 meters, he would not feel the slightest vibration. Well, when he saw Danny with a dragon whip and a face full of anger, Dahe would also feel a sense of crisis. Although most of the time, it was not the dragon that was being whipped. Dahe was a top student. Baristan stayed in the mist for 5 minutes. Danny called Dahe back and asked the White Knight, Do you feel any discomfort? As a top Grand Knight who had stepped into the third realm, he could know the slightest changes in his body like the back of his hand. He narrowed his eyes and sensed, then shook his head and said, "My limbs are strong, I'm not poisoned, I don't have any breathing abnormalities, my heartbeat rate is unchanged, and the mucous membranes in my eyes, mouth, and nostrils are not itchy, tingling, or other reactions. I'm probably fine." "Then let's try to rush over in one breath?" "About an hour and a half," asked Dany. "If your majesty is sure that the dragon won't get lost, we can try." Dany thought for a moment and took out a water bottle from her backpack. She wet the wool scarf outside her mask and wrapped it around her nose. Whitebeard followed suit. After that, Dany kept adjusting the altitude and carefully observed the mist above the continent from top to bottom. Damn it! The higher the altitude, the thicker the mist? "Newton, where are you? Come out and explain to this king." Starting from an altitude of 800 meters, the closer they were to the ground, the thicker the mist was. Dany flew back after descending to 500 meters. "Hold on tight, let's go." On the hills behind the sea cliff, there was a dark green forest. Behind it was an endless green plain. The brown earth was sparsely covered with clusters of green weeds. At an altitude of 800 meters, Dahe and Little Green were moving forward at the highest speed. Dahe almost shot up to 350 kilometers per hour like a cannonball. With a hissing sound, it pulled Little White away in a few breaths. After another 2 minutes, Dany couldn't even see Dahe's shadow. "Little White, why are you so weak?" Dany patted the white dragon's neck and laughed. Squeak! Little White screamed and flapped its wings harder. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Dany's face suddenly froze. A straight great path that was as sharp as a sword split the ochre wilderness into two. Dahe lowered its head and adjusted the focus of its eyes. The gray-white road enlarged in front of its eyes. Dany was in a trance for a moment. Did they encounter a national road? It was no less than 12 meters wide and a palm high above the ground. It was completely unaffected by the rain and snow, and the road was flat to the extreme. Was this a cement road? No, it wasn't a cement road. Dany had seen it in the memory of the original owner. On the Great Plains in the east of Pentos, the ancient Valeglia Road. After more than 400 years, this Valeglia Road was not damaged at all. Even the stone road high above the ground was not damaged. It was as immortal and solid as the steel sword of Valeglia. For 100 years, no more than 400 years, the Valeglia civilization had a history of 6,000 years. This spacious stone road should have existed for thousands of years, but it hadn't been maintained in the past 400 years. Maybe it didn't need maintenance? Dany sighed again. Compared with the immortal buildings of thousands of years in this world, the real estate developers on the earth should be ashamed. Hey, is that a human? With 4 limbs on the ground and a tattered gray cloth wrapped around its waist, it was running on the stone road like an ape, chasing the fleeing elk in front of it. Was that a human? An elk? A human with dark red scales on its skin and 7 or 8 uneven bone spurs on its back. But it had clothes, although it was just a piece of rags. An elk? Maybe it wasn't an elk at all. How could there be an elk with half a face on its butt? And it was bloody all over, as if it had just been skinned, but it was not slow at all, but it did have antlers like branches. Blackie was very fast. The scene in her vision flashed by, and Dany didn't see what happened next. But she wanted to know. So Blackie slowed down and slowly circled around. But when they returned to the original place, they couldn't find the 2 monsters anymore. "Why did you stop?" "This is Valerian Avenue," Barristan explained when he saw Dany peering down from the sky. "I know, I've seen this stone road in the Pentos Plains," Dany replied absent-mindedly. "Let's go south along the stone road." Dany let the 2 dragons change direction and explained to the White Knight, "I think I saw a person just now." "Are you mistaken? As we all know, there are no villages in the land of long summer, only demons." "How can you be mistaken? That person had rags wrapped around his waist, which means he has a sense of shame and reason." Dany shouted casually. She then asked Blackie to speed up and fly towards the south along the straight path. But soon she had the intention to retreat, because the further south they flew, the thicker the grayish-black haze, and the more frequent the warning in Blackie's sea of consciousness was. While hesitating, she let Blackie and Little White increase the altitude, because 800 meters was no longer the area where the gray haze was thin. Village. After more than half an hour of hesitation, Danny, who was in the dragon spirit state, suddenly heard Barristan's exclamation. Under the gray and gloomy sky, a pale stream flowed through the mottled fields. Beside the stream, there were 7 or 8 low gray huts that formed a small village, and more than a dozen vague hunched figures were moving around the stream. There really are people. Barristan was shocked. Obviously, only humans could build wooden huts. At the same time, Dahe began to change its direction. It left the straight stone path and flew toward the southeast. They were indeed humans. Some people were fishing by the stream, some were washing something, some were drying clothes in the open space, some were carrying prey back from outside the village, some, although the village was small, it was full of vitality. But when Blackie adjusted the focus to let Danny see the faces of the people in the village, she was so scared that her tone changed. Go, leave this place immediately. Chapter 176. There was a bald woman with 2 faces squeezed onto her narrow head, a man with 2 heads, one big and one small, a 3-legged hunchback child, a girl with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, and her nose pointed to the sky. Even the wild boar that was captured had protruding lips, like a crocodile that had been run over by a car. Go, leave this place immediately. Before Whitey could fly to the village, Danny's face was distorted as she urged him to turn east. Damn it! Isn't this a magical world? Why is there nuclear radiation? She cursed loudly, venting her crazy emotions. Danny suddenly looked up and realized that the dust in the sky was all radioactive dust. No wonder it hadn't disappeared for hundreds of years. Are the people of Valeglia so awesome that they even built a nuclear power plant? Or was it because the aliens invaded, the technological civilization fought the Dragon Knights, and the people of Valeglia were neutralized? Danny's head was filled with question marks, but at the same time she was also very curious. What secret was Valeglia hiding? What's going on? Your Majesty, why did you suddenly turn around and leave? About 20 minutes later, Blackie met up with Danny at the Bay of Sorrows. We'll talk about it when we get back. We're not going to the Westeros anymore? Sai, let's go back and change first. No, throw away the backpack, scarf and cloak immediately. As she spoke, she sat up on the dragon's back, took off the hiking bag sewn with blue canvas, and took off the wool scarf covering her face. Finally, she took off all the parts that could be taken off, such as the helmet, lobster gauntlets and skirt armor, and threw them into the sea. Although Barristan didn't understand what she meant, he could only follow suit under the queen's repeated urging. As he took off his clothes, he muttered, "Fortunately, that guy didn't lend me the Valeglia steel armor." Before leaving, Whitebeard had tried to borrow armor from Cora. Wearing the Valeglia steel armor will protect the queen better, the old knight said righteously. Although Cora had never heard of the story of Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, he knew that the old man had been eyeing his armor for a long time. This armor is too eye-catching. It will expose the queen's identity, he refused. Screech, the afternoon sun was blocked by 2 shadows. Jorah Mormont supported his forehead with his right hand and shouted to the sky, "Your Majesty, why are you back in less than a day? Could it be that you saw the Allied army marching towards Slave Bay? Help us take off our armor and put on deerskin gloves," Danny said to Unsullied. After Dahe carried the cloth bag with the armor and gloves to the North Sea, Danny looked at Little White again. Although she did not find any obvious dust, she still said to Ellie, "Tell Quayo's Megalosaurus guards to wait for me at the dock. Well, prepare cotton jackets, gloves, boots, masks and hats for them." After that, she rode on Little Green and brought Little White and Big Black to the beach. She let dozens of tightly wrapped centaurs wash the 2 dragons with sand. Even his armpits were not spared. It was not until the red sun set in the west that she returned to the Great Pyramid with the 3 dragons. "What's going on?" Barristan and Mormont asked in confusion. Danny's expression became very strange. There was surprise, fear, and a little relief, but more than that, she was at a loss and did not know what to do. "The land of long summer is cursed." She exhaled and said slowly. After calming down, Danny began to doubt her previous speculation. Aliens versus otherworld magicians? It was too ridiculous. As for nuclear power plants, nuclear pollution could not have spread so far. The Fukushima nuclear accident was only 60,000 square kilometers. The entire land of long summer must be more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. How many Fukushima were there? And it had been 400 years. The wind should have blown the dust away. Hey, Slave Bay and Volantis are just next to the land of long summer. Why is it not affected at all? Danny had another question in her mind. If it was really nuclear radiation, the dust should have spread in all directions. But only the land of long summer was cursed. Away from the coast, even the Bay of Sorrows, which was a few hundred meters away, was not affected at all. Everyone knows that Valeglia is cursed. Not a single blade of grass grows there, and there are no livestock, the fat eunuch Beworth mumbled. But we did see someone, probably in the direction of Orlas, Beristan said with a frown. Beworth widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Is there really someone in Orlas?" Although the land of long summer where Valeglia was located was 600 kilometers wide and 1,500 kilometers long, it was still considered a peninsula on the summer sea. There were a few active volcanoes near the center of the peninsula. Together with the volcanoes surrounding the capital of Valeglia in the south, they formed the 14 fire peaks. During the Great Cataclysm, the 14 volcanoes erupted at the same time. The Valeglia civilization was instantly reduced to ashes, and even the Long Summer Peninsula was broken into 4 large pieces. The upper half of the Long Summer was relatively intact, and in the middle was a chain of islands that were as small as beans the Smoke Sea. The complete continent below was split into 3 large islands along the traces of the 14 fire peaks. The island with the most exploration value was naturally Valeglia Island in the middle. However, in the past few hundred years, other than Uluin, no ships that passed through the Smoke Sea returned. Some explorers thought, even if I can't eat meat, I can still drink soup. Thus, many explorers began to enter the long summer through the ancient Valeglia Highway. They hoped to find the cities of Valeglia that had been destroyed during the Great Cataclysm. For example, Mat Eris and Orlas. Looking at the prosperous Volantis, one could imagine how wealthy Valeglia cities were. However, the explorers encountered countless terrifying monsters in Mat Eris, and less than 10% of them returned alive. The explorers who entered the depths of the long summer had it even worse. Only a few of them who had gone mad returned alive to Volantis. The madman revealed that there were still survivors in Orlas. However, very few people believed this rumor because too many people died while exploring the long summer. Even though there was water and food, and the temperature was within an acceptable range, no matter how strong a person was, they would still mysteriously lose their life. Coughing up blood, vomiting, skin ulcers, nose, ears, tongue, eyes, and other organs rotting and falling off. Even if one was cursed by all the sorcerer-related curses in the mortal world, it was still not as good as taking a stroll in the long summer. Gradually, even the Valyrian roads were filled with monsters of terrifying shapes and sizes. The sorcerers who were sent by Volantis to investigate almost broke down. The Valeglia people had opened the gates of hell, and demons and ghosts were crawling out from the Valeglia highway. After a few hundred years, people realized that the monsters in Mat Eris were just freaks that were born with deformities. They did not eat humans. Well, there were people who were eaten by those deformities, but they were still mortals who did not possess any demonic powers. Even so, the Golden Highway that once connected Slavers Bay and Volantis had become the demonic highway that everyone feared. Even Danny did not think of stepping onto the ancient Valeglia highway to conquer the neighboring Mat Eris. Well, Mat Eris was not far from Slavers Bay. So this is what the so-called demons are all about. But where did the nuclear radiation come from? Or is it really nuclear radiation? Danny sighed and sympathized with the residents of Valeglia in the long summer. They might as well have died in the cataclysm. You mean the people in that village are not humans but demons? Beristan was shocked. At that time, Blackie was flying at a height of more than 1,000 meters, and human vision could only see the huts and figures on the ground. They could not adjust the focal length like the Megalosaurus and see the detailed appearance of the figures. Something like that. I wonder if they have preserved the legacy of their civilization. Danny pondered and said, "Are we still going to the Westeros?" Jorah Mormont frowned. "Go to the warehouse and get some lead ingots. I want to make a set of fully enclosed lead armor." Danny ordered Ellie. Astapor had lead. Like the ancient Romans, the Guises built the pyramid water system with lead pipes. After Danny took over the city, She melted all the lead pipes into lead ingots and stored them. Well, although lead pipes could last for thousands of years, lead itself was harmful to the human body. Are you going to explore the long summer? Barristan was surprised. Let's put aside the Westeros for now. I want to figure out a few things. The curse. As long as the dragon is fine, I won't be cursed. In Blackie's spiritual sense, the cursed fog suspected of radioactive substances was not a big threat to him, unless even the Megalosaurus' spiritual sense was blinded. Lead was very soft, and 2 sets of fully enclosed plate armor were made in 2 days. Even the eyes were inlaid with a crystal lens. The silver light shone like 2 cans. In addition to the lead armor, Dany also asked the textile workers in the city to help sew 2 sets of gold underwear and 2 sets of gold cloaks. Weren't the radiation suits on Tabal woven with metal fibers? At first, Dany didn't plan to take Whitebeard with her, but the 3 white knights and her blood guards dissuaded her. Barristan himself also said bluntly, "For the safety of the queen, I don't care about my own life." On the morning of the 3rd day, the 2 people and the 2 dragons came to the village near Valeglia Avenue again. This time, Dany deliberately brought the Dragon King identity card that was excavated in the Red Wasteland. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after wearing the medieval Dewey version of the nuclear suit, she felt much lighter. It seemed that she was not afraid of a magic nuclear power plant leak. "I suggest that we move forward," Barristan said with a solemn expression. "None of them are normal. I'm worried that not only will you not get the information you want, but you won't even be able to communicate with them." He had a pair of binoculars around his neck, and he could see the people and houses on the ground at a height of 1,000 meters. None of them looked human. Dany thought about it and agreed with him. As long as the population was large, there would always be 2 mutants that were not cursed. The village was too small, and the population base was not enough to give birth to mutants. So, the 2 dragons continued south along Valeglia Avenue. Half an hour later, she breathed a sigh of relief. The previous village was not an exception. Along the way, she found more than a dozen scattered Changshi, demons, and 3 slightly larger villages. Finally, after flying for almost an hour, a small town made up of more than 200 families appeared by the stone road. Even the bright sun could not penetrate the thick haze. Under the pale afternoon sky, a dark lake lay quietly 5 kilometers east of Valeglia Avenue. Between the Black Lake and the gray stone road, hundreds of mud brick thatched huts that formed the word Hui were neatly arranged. More importantly, in the center of Hui City, there was a 4-meter-high circular red clay platform. On it, there was a stone sculpture of Valeglia's Dragon King. The carving was simple, but it could be seen that it was a Valeglia man riding a dragon. It was obvious that the people here were intelligent and could communicate. "Sir, I'll go down and fly around first," Dany shouted to Whitebeard and patted Whitey. Screech, the coarse roar of a megalosaurus sounded above the town. The strong wind caused by the flapping of its wings made the thatched roofs rustle, and light red dust rose from the red clay streets. The demons walking on the streets stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. They were so shocked that they opened their deformed and ugly mouths. As if a pause button had been pressed, the town below was imprinted into an old black and white photo. "Dragon!" An old man with a hardwood staff broke the silence with the advanced Valeglia language. "Dragon King! Our Lord Balerion has appeared. The Dragon King has broken the curse." If a pencil drawing was drawn for each person, then the old man's portrait would be forcefully wiped between his nose and mouth with an eraser. "Dragon King! Dragon King!" Hundreds of demons walked out of the mud huts like ghosts and joined the crowd on the street. They knelt on the ground and shouted loudly for the Dragon King. So obedient? Dany had a plan in mind. She called Blackie, and the 2 dragons circled and landed on the mud square in the center of the town. Chapter 177. Thud thud. 2 dull thuds were heard. 2 shining knights in silver armor and golden cloaks jumped onto the brown ground, causing a choking cloud of dust to rise. All the devils were squeezed at the edge of the dirt square, cowering on the ground. "Who is the mayor? Priest?" Dany took a step forward and asked in a clear voice. After a year of commanding loudly on the battlefield and countless great speeches, her voice had been trained. I am the priest of Blackwater Town. May I know which family you are from, Dragon King? The old man who spoke first carefully got up and did not stop when he was 5 meters away from Danny. It was as if he was afraid of scaring the visitor. Or was he afraid of the 2 dragons that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils? Danny did not answer his question. Instead, she asked in standard Valeglia, "Are you the survivors of Valeglia? We do have the blood of Valeglia's nobles, but now..." Touching his twisted nose and mouth, the old man lowered his head sadly. "Danny Liz Targaryen. I am a Targaryen," Danny said. "Targaryen?" The old man's blue eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. The Targaryen that moved out of Valeglia with his family on the eve of the Great Calamity, the descendant of Aenar Targaryen, Danny reminded a little awkwardly. The Targaryens were powerful in the Westeros, and were known as the noblest royal family. But in Valeglia, they did not even have the qualifications to approach the center of power. Their bloodline was even worse than most of the Volantis nobles. Although those fellows did not have dragons, they belonged to the side branches of the 14 Fire Peak families. "I'm sorry, I'm too old." The old man with the ghost face was also embarrassed. He took a few steps back and gave a few instructions to a young man with 3 arms beside him. That person quickly ran to a 2-story building opposite the square. After awkwardly looking at the hundreds of strange, deformed people for a while, the young man with an extra arm under his ribs ran over with a stack of yellowed goatskin scrolls. The old man with a ghost face flipped through the goatskin scrolls for a while before he realized. So it's the exile Aenar. Danny, the ancestor, didn't exile herself to avoid the trial of the court. Dream Lady Danny predicted the destruction of Valeglia in her dream. Obviously she was right. She said, "That's true." The old shaman put away the scroll and sighed. Valeglia was destroyed in the cataclysm, and only Targaryen has survived to this day. What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? Danny asked curiously. Unfortunately, you are not the one we are waiting for, the old man said. Who are you? Who are you waiting for? All the cursed people of Valeglia in the land of long summer are waiting for a noble dragon king who can break their cage. Danny did not like to hear this. She was not noble enough? And do you think there are many dragons in the world? Why can't I? What's a cage? I remember that you can freely enter and exit the land of eternal summer? Ghost-face old man observed her expression and explained, Lord Dragon King, this old man did not mean to insult you. In fact, as a dragon king, even in the era of Valeglia, you are one of the most respected people. But the bloodline of the Targaryen family is not pure enough, not noble enough. I don't know how to explain it. Why don't you go to Orlos and look for the high priestess? She will be happy to see you and your dragon. She will also tell you about the cage. Orlos still exists? Barristan asked for the first time. Ghost-face old man looked at the majestic black dragon behind him and asked, Lord Dragon King, are you also from the Targaryen family? Before White Knight could say anything, Danny said ambiguously, he is my family's knight. You Targaryens are really prosperous. The old man sighed with a complicated expression and explained, Orlos was very close to the first peak, but he was lucky enough to survive. In the past few hundred years you have seen how we are. It was all caused by the curse. In order to break the curse, the high priestess thought of a method. Based on the degree of the curse on the newborn babies, the Targaryens would be scattered to different places outside the city. At this point, he waved at a woman with 2 heads behind him. Lord. After the woman walked out of the crowd, Danny realized that she was carrying a baby. The old man removed the brown animal skin covering the baby, revealing a fat white boy who was kicking his legs. No, it was a girl. The middle one was not a chirp, but a flesh-colored tail. The lesser the degree of the curse, the closer they will be to Orlos in the future. A smile appeared on the old man's horribly ugly face. Little Na only has a small tail, so she can live in Orlos. Her child might be able to break free from the curse. Danny fell into deep thought. She now understood where the demons came from. They were the most deformed freaks that were chased out of the villages. What is the state of Mat Eris? They can still communicate freely with the outside world, but Orlos is very isolated. Mat Eris? I'm not sure. Danny then asked a few more questions related to the Great Calamity. The high priestess stuttered as she flipped through the sheepskin scrolls. Most of the time, she would simply say, "I don't know." Dani was somewhat disappointed to find that this old man's knowledge was so shallow. She left behind 10 cans of white sugar and 2 bags of eastern spices and left with the old man thanking her profusely. The straight stone path between Orlos and Mat Eris was too obvious. Mat Eris was to the north while Orlos was to the south. Even a blind person would not get lost. After passing through 4 or 5 villages, a dark city suddenly appeared on the plains. The towering sky-reaching tower stood out among the other stone buildings. It belonged to Valeglia's Dragon King, and the Megalosaurus could directly land on the top platform of the sky-reaching tower. Just like Valeglia, Orlos had no city walls. The black stone towers, warehouses, streets, gardens, plazas, and so on were spread out in all directions. It was full of vitality and domineering aura. There were still some remnants of the domineering aura, but not much vitality. Most of the buildings in the city, which was more than 10 kilometers in diameter, were in ruins. The streets were in a mess, and the corners were filled with rocks, feces, and bones of unknown animals. The walls of the tall towers were peeling and ugly. The fountains, which had once provided the citizens with cool air during the hot summer days, had dried up. The spouts were rusty, and the pipes were blocked with mud. The lively city gardens had lost all color, leaving only grayish-green weeds. Occasionally there would be goats with missing noses, ears, or an extra nostril or head chewing on the grass. A few gray-clothed freaks drove an ox cart past the city hall. The wheels of the cart creaked, echoing hollowly in the plaza that was more than 50,000 square meters wide. This was a ghost city that had been buried for 400 years. Although the citizens in the city had very little abnormalities. Greet the people of Orlos. Hiss hiss, a dragon's roar that was as rough as glass rang out from the center of the city. From time to time, small dragon flames would spurt out of its nostrils. A dragon? Megalosaurus, it's really a Megalosaurus. A Megalosaurus is here. The Dragon King is here. In less than 10 minutes, the city below was already. It wasn't exactly bustling. Compared to the enormous city of Orlos, there were far too few citizens on the streets, balconies, plazas, and rooftops. Dani even suspected that there weren't 5,000 people here. Bam, 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 bam. About 15 minutes later, 14 tallow torches as thick as an arm lit up at the top of the 150-meter-tall sky tower. This was a signal, an invitation to welcome the arrival of the Dragon King. Dani even saw a few black-cloaked figures standing in the center of the rooftop. Behind their black silk cloaks, there was a picture of 14 fiery peaks embroidered with golden thread. A group of dragons was flying above the fiery peaks. "Let's go and meet that high priest," she called out and brought the 2 dragons down. Whoosh, 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 2 dragons, one white and one black, flapped their wings, creating a strong wind that caused the cloaked figure's clothes to flutter. "Welcome, Your Majesty's Dragon King." A clear and melodious female voice came from the cloaked figure in the middle. This was a young girl. Thump, thump. Iron boots landed on the ground with a dull thud. Dani took off her barrel-shaped helmet, revealing a head of silver-blonde hair and an exquisite face with violet eyes. She really is a Valeglia Dragon King. Everyone in Orlos thought at the same time. "I'm a descendant of Anar Targaryen, Dani Rise." Dani then pointed at the tall iron king behind her. "He's my guardian knight, Barristan. So you're a Westeros princess." The girl took off her hood, revealing a beautiful face that wasn't inferior to Dani's. Even the dim sky seemed to brighten up. "I'm the city lord of Orlos, and also the high priest, Jenny Bellerus." Her silvery hair was draped over her shoulders, and a dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin secured her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. This girl seemed to be flawless. Dani looked at the girl with admiration, then smiled and bowed. "I didn't expect the high priest to be a Bellerus. My apologies." Barristan was shocked by her actions, but he quickly followed the Queen's knight's salute. The Queen of Slave Bay had to salute Bellerus as well, because Bellerus was the leader of the First Peak, the true royal family of Valeglia. It was just like meeting Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period. No matter what Cao Cao and Yuan Shao thought, they had to give him the basic courtesy. "High Priest, you know that the Targaryens have united the Westeros? Did outsiders come here?" Danny asked curiously. Yes, we have contact with Mat Eris in the north. I see. Danny sighed. The Targaryen dynasty has been destroyed for almost 16 years. The ruler of the Westeros is someone else. I know. But you have dragons unsullied and countless soldiers willing to fight for you. Sooner or later, you will take back the Iron Throne that belongs to you. Ginny smiled. Danny's heart sank. It seemed that she had guessed wrong. Orlos was not a sealed city at all. This was going to be troublesome. Not everyone was a noble of Valeglia and could live in harmony with each other. Of the people who were clamoring to kill the evil mother of dragons, more than 30% had the blood of the noble Valeglia Dragon King. The other 40% were mixed bloods, but their ancestors were the most orthodox nobles of Valeglia. The remaining 30% belonged to the merchants, lords and foreign kings who had risen to power in the past 400 years. Orlos might be like Mat Eris and Volantis, but he did not feel close to her, the only Dragon King. He even hated her, the rule-breaker. Chapter 178. The atmosphere became heavy due to Danny's change in mood. High Priestess Jenny seemed to be wise beyond her age. She seemed to have seen through her worries and said with a smile, Orlos welcomes the arrival of the Dragon Queen very much. Your miraculous feat of bringing dragons back to life made His Majesty Balerion very happy. He even prophesied that you would become the only king of the world and break the cage that imprisoned Valeglia. However, not only did Ginny's words not dispel Danny's doubts, they instead made her even more cautious. High Priestess, you can communicate with His Majesty Balerion? But I heard that the Great Calamity destroyed everything, she said in surprise. Yep. She didn't reveal any negative emotions. Instead, she vaguely revealed some joy. The true gods are eternal, Jenny said with a serious expression. The true gods are eternal. The few old priestesses behind her said together. What true gods? Do you think I don't know the bottom line of the gods of Valeglia? I'm afraid that Faith Spirit's situation is even worse than the Undying. True gods will never be destroyed. Danny nodded in agreement with a solemn expression. Then before the High Priestess could invite her to meet Balerion, she said, High Priestess Balerion, I'll be honest with you. I had no choice but to come to Orlos this time. Defeating the Gith Alliance is just the beginning. The trading city is building an alliance army. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of ships. I need Valeglia's secret arts. Magic that can make my 4 dragons obedient. Valeglia is also a slave city. The Targaryen ancestors also enslaved countless inferior races. Why do you have to free the slaves? Ginny asked. Because I can't bear to see slaves being whipped, enslaved, mocked, and treated like lowly bugs. When I cut off the slave master's neck with my 2-handed greatsword, the blood gushing out from his neck splashed onto my face. What I smelled was not the stench of blood, but the fragrance of vengeance. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction and joy rose in my heart, as if the whole world had been cleansed, Danny said honestly. In her previous life she had also eaten chicken dinner, but it was completely incomparable to personally leading thousands of troops to break through enemy lines. She had heard countless people say that killing someone for the first time would be very uncomfortable, even to the point of vomiting. However, Danny had completed first blood, single kill, godlike, holy shit, and even 100 kills in a days. The whole process was hearty and exciting, as if she was a born demon. High Priestess Jenny could no longer maintain her pure and holy expression. Her face was almost twisted as she said, Danny Leezy, you are really unbelievable. Fortunately, the High Priestess did not swear. The old priests behind her breathed a sigh of relief. High Priestess, is there any secret dragon controlling technique similar to the dragon's horn? Danny asked directly. She decided to throw caution to the wind. She did not care what the other party thought of her, nor did she want to waste too much time in this cursed land. You know about the dragon's horn? A gray-haired old man behind Jenny asked in surprise. The old man was the same as Jenny. His skin was smooth and clean, and his facial features were well defined. He was an old handsome man, and one could not see any flaws in his body from his appearance. You don't know about Yuluen? Danny was even more surprised. She then told them about Yuluen's exploration of Trya. That should be the horn of the second Fire Peak's Vargas family. At that time, the heir of the second Fire Peak, Tyran Vargas, was the city lord of Traya. I did not expect him to bring the family's treasure out of the family's land. Jenny muttered. Could it be that the dragon's horn is very rare? There are only 3 great horns in this world. The Dragonbinder, the Dragonslayer, and the Belarus family's Dragonslayer. There are countless inferior imitations, but their effects are far inferior to the 3 royal families' heirloom treasures, Jenny said proudly. Didn't that ghost Dragonbinder get destroyed by us? The Dragonbinder can control my dragon. What are the effects of the Dragon Prisoner and the Dragon Slayer? Jenny hesitated for a moment, then explained softly, all 3 great horns can control dragons. The Dragon Prisoner can punish disobedient Megalosaurus with the sound of the horn, and the Dragon Slayer can kill disobedient evil dragons and wild dragons with the sound of the horn. Killing dragons by blowing the horn? Oh my god! How powerful is the dragon soul in the Dragon Slayer's horn? Are the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Prisoner still around? Danny asked. They were destroyed in the cataclysm along with the 14 Fire Peaks. Jenny said sadly. What exactly is the cataclysm? Why don't we go to the temple? Jenny looked at Danny expectantly. Danny Liz, you are a Valeglia citizen, and you even hatched a true dragon from a stone egg. This shows that your bloodline is still pure. Why don't you return to the faith of your ancestors? His Majesty Balerion has real power, and it is far more real than the 7 gods. For Danny, faith was not about whether the gods were real or not, but whether their teachings were meaningful to humans. She thought for a moment and said, I've read the 7 Stars Bible, but I don't know any of Balerion's teachings. How can I become a follower of His Majesty? In a world where there were true gods, ignoring religious beliefs was undoubtedly extremely stupid. Danny planned to promote a new church of the 7 gods that matched her values in Slave Bay. The 7 Stars Bible was the classic teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods, and the principles and stories in it were still somewhat positive. Danny planned to revise the original version. Yep, it was just like how the Confucians after the Han Dynasty used the classics of Confucius and Mencius. They used the name of Confucius to say their own words and created a set of Queen Danny's version of the new 7 Stars Bible. Anyway, no 7 gods would come down to punish her, because there were no 7 gods in this world. The Orlos Grand Cathedral is in the south of the city. Why don't you come with me and live there for a while? I'll explain to you about the sacred teachings of ancient Valeglia, and part of the Grand Wizard's legacy there. Jenny smiled sweetly, and her sky-blue eyes were like crescent moons. Her head was slightly tilted, and she looked extremely cute. Danny hesitated. If the other party had not revealed that Balerion was still alive, she would have gone to the Holy Cathedral without the temptation of the legacy, because it was basic etiquette to follow the Grand Priest to the Holy Cathedral to worship the ancestors. But Balerion was not completely dead in queers. The immortal had let her see a fragment of the River of Time. The Grand Wizard had once disdainfully said that compared to the 3 demigods of Valeglia, the immortal was trash. And the reason why she could defeat the immortal was 20% due to her strong will, and 80% due to Blackie. The dragon could protect the Dragon King from witchcraft, but Balerion was the god of the Dragon King, and the Megalosaurus, a demigod. How effective would the Megalosaurus be on Balerion? At the same time, Danny had seen the power of the great wizards in the River of Time. They could communicate with the glass candles of the free cities of Valyria all over the world through their own consciousness, and they could even see themselves after 400 years. How powerful would his legacy be? If she could learn a move or two, would she be able to cultivate both magic and martial arts and be invincible? Previously, she had used an incomplete soul strike to defeat the legendary strongest assassin, Faceless. Although she had to sacrifice 800 of her own to kill 1,000 enemies, the power of witchcraft was not to be underestimated. She had also been proven that she had the qualifications to wield such power. It was too tempting. Why would there be a Grand Wizard's legacy here? Danny asked suspiciously. The territories under the rule of ancient Valeglia were divided into 2 types, the direct cities and the colonies. Orlos Tria and Materis in the Land of Long Summer were all direct cities, you know that, right? Danny nodded. I wasn't too sure before, but it's easy to understand. The Land of Long Summer was the main camp of Valeglia. The colonies were managed by the collateral bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, while the direct cities were ruled by the direct descendant of the Dragon King himself. But I've never heard of any other Targaryen in Volantis and the other cities. Dany was puzzled. A proud look flashed across Jenny's face, and she said calmly, the 14 Fire Peaks have 14 great noble families, even if each family has 2 colonial cities. Think about it, is this world enough to divide? Currently, there were 9 free trade cities in the continent of Ursos, 4 cities of Gith and 1 city of Kuz. It seemed that it was not enough to divide. Even the top nobles did not have enough to eat. How much meat could the small Targaryens get? Well, only a small dragonstone island. What does this have to do with the legacy of the Grand Wizard? Every direct city's Templar has part of the legacy of the Grand Wizard, because the Templar and the city itself are managed by the direct bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, and the Grand Wizard can only come from the 14 Fire Peak families. Dany smiled bitterly and shook her head. She did not expect Valeglia's hierarchy to be so strict that it did not give others a chance to advance. For example, the virgin girl, Dreamwalker Dany C. It was obvious that even though she did not have the talent of a dragon mother, she was definitely a dragon spirit, and had the potential to become a grand wizard. However, Dany C did not have much status in Valeglia, and was not focused on as a wizard. She was exiled along with the Targaryen family. An exception is being made now? Dany could not help but have a hint of mockery in her tone. The young female high priestess looked deeply at Dany, and asked, why didn't the Targaryens divide Valyrian into a single dragon? A single sentence left Dany speechless. Valyrian could also control dragons, but before the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryens would rather have the 3 extra dragons become wild dragons than have the little brother next door help share the burden. Is it far? Dany looked towards the south. It was as if the god of night had been stabbed with a knife, and blood was spilling from the sky. The depths of the sky were dark red, as if something ominous was hidden. Even from 2 to 3 kilometers away, one could see steam rising from the surface of the sea, like a Titan's fish tank. Waves of heat and the sulfuric sea breeze swept past Orlos. That was the Smoke Sea, a dangerous place that had devoured countless exploration fleets. A black tower at the edge of the city attracted Dany's attention. Against the dark gray of the ancient city, the bright golden pattern on the tower was exceptionally eye-catching. The 50-meter-tall tower had an ancient Valeglia god engraved in gold, Valyrian. That's the Templar? Dany pointed at the black tower and asked. Yes, perhaps you can gain His Majesty's favor. Best not. How are we going to get there? Dany asked. She had to admit that she was tempted by the Great Wizard's legacy. As for Valyrian, she was hopeful. Valyrian's main body was definitely in Valeglia. Orlos was 500 kilometers away from Valeglia, with the city of Trier in between. The city ruins that Uluin had once explored were in Trier. If Valyrian couldn't even find Uluin, there was no reason for him to harm her, right? Even the Undying Ones had to lure her into the Undying Hall before they could cast their spells. They wouldn't be able to affect her even if they were a few streets away. Valyrian might be stronger than the Undying Ones, but he had been hit by a great destruction spell. Dany thought and looked forward to it. You can ride a dragon over, or you can walk over with me, Jenny Valyrian said. Let's walk over. No matter how much she feared the high priestess in the city, before a real threat descended, Dany still had to follow basic etiquette. Chapter 179. Why don't you move to Mat Eris? Dany asked Jenny, whose eyes were shining as she looked at the gorgeous silk as she moved the white sugar, spices, silk, mere lace and other valuables down from the dragon's back. Since she knew that she was going to deal with the demons of Long Summer, Dany of course brought a large number of practical gifts. The environment here is indeed worse, but it is also closer to the old capital in the south, closer to Belarus. It seemed that the power of the god of faith was limited by distance. Dany called the 2 dragons to fly into the sky, and she followed the high priestess to the spiral staircase of the Tower of Babel. The dark gray walls were decorated with old murals, banners, oiled swords and pale beast skulls. The carpet on the floor was very thick, like stepping on a cotton ball. Although it was not embroidered with exquisite patterns, it was very clean. The wooden furniture in the hall was also very new, with a layer of oily luster. However, the bronze bars that fixed the oak door had a thick layer of green rust, which could not hide the traces of time. Along the way, Danny did not see a single guard except for a few gray-clothed maids with crooked eyes and crooked mouths, who put down their work and knelt down to greet her. Walking down the Tower of Babel, Jenny looked back at the tall model tower behind her and said sadly to Danny, "Once, this was almost the center of the world, the glory of civilization. As long as it is a praise that can be created by humans, it can be found here." I heard a few times prophecies and breaking the cage. It seems to be about removing the curse and returning to the glory of ancient Valeglia? Danny asked. Jenny was shocked and said piously as if she was preaching, "His Majesty Balerion once saw the future and left us a prophecy. An ancient and glorious noble descendant will awaken the blood of the first Dragon King. He will help His Majesty break the shackles and return to the human world from the abyss." Danny frowned. "I see. I thought it was about breaking the curse of the land of long summer." "Haha, when His Majesty returns, the curse will be nothing." The priestess chuckled. Although the road connecting the Tower of Babel and the Holy Church was old, it was not littered with garbage. On the street there was a group of children fighting for a rattan ball. Their innocent and romantic laughter injected a fresh color into the bleak black and white city. Orlos's deformed individual's relocation plan had been carried out quite well. From a physical standpoint, these children could be considered normal. "Greetings, Your Excellency High Priest." The thin crowd on the road stopped and bowed to Jenny. They also cast curious glances at Danny, who was wearing silver armor and a golden cloak. Jenny also smiled and nodded to the passers-by. It could be seen that she was very popular with the citizens and loved her people very much. "Could I be the person in the prophecy?" Danny asked, licking her lips. "If it were you, I would have sent someone to look for you." Jenny laughed. Danny purposely revealed a disappointed expression and indignantly asked, "Why? Is my bloodline not noble enough? I hatched a dragon." "You don't belong to the 14th peak, and you don't have the bloodline of the first peak master." Jenny tilted her head and looked at Danny. "But your bloodline is indeed pure. If I were a man, the two of us might be able to give birth to the child in the prophecy." "Give birth to a deformed child?" Danny sneered in her mind. "That's a pity. Volantis also has noble Bellaries. You can marry into Volantis. Not only will it solve the current situation at Slaver's Bay, but it will also improve the bloodline of the Targaryen descendants. After conquering Volantis, I'll kill all the nobles behind the Black Wall. Yes, I'll let my maester cook them up. Why only the families of the 14th peak can do it? It's the will of the gods. But why would Balerion make such a request? What are the characteristics of the first Dragon King's bloodline?" Danny asked again. "Only the true gods know." After getting closer, Danny realized that the Holy Church had almost collapsed into the sea. Half of its foundation was on land, while the other half was suspended above the sea. The tall black stone tower was tilted 30 degrees toward the sea. It was 10 times more exaggerated than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It didn't even collapse. The quality of the buildings in the other world was really good. Danny could only sigh in amazement. Like the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, the Holy Church's Black Tower was also a one-piece structure. It was as if cement had been poured directly into a mold. The thick walls of the tower gave people a strong sense of security. Heavens, with such a tilt there's not a single crack on the wall. How did you do it? Barristan, who had been silent all this time, was shocked. I wonder if the High Priestess can teach me the building techniques of Valeglia? Danny looked at Jenny with a yearning look. I don't know how to. The High Priestess shook her head. The blonde old man beside her explained, just like the forging method of Valeglia's steel, the enchantment technique of the Undying Stone is also closely guarded in the clan's treasury. But I remember that the Targaryens have the technique of forging lesser Undying Stones. Dragonstone Island is strong enough. The old priestess looked at Danny in confusion. Undying Stone, Dragonstone Island. Danny thought for a moment and shook her head. It's been lost for hundreds of years. Splash whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dark red seawater below the cliff rose into a 10-meter tall wave. The boiling water with white smoke washed the tilting tower wet. It was as if the lid of a steam boiler was suddenly lifted. A visible white wave of air blew Danny's silver hair all over the sky. "Knight, are you okay?" Danny looked at the white knight beside her worriedly. The seawater was boiling, and the water vapor coming at them was estimated to be 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Well, Baristan was the only ordinary person here. Everyone in Valeglia had the talent of being able to withstand high temperatures. Bam bam bam. The old knight patted the crystal lens in the eye-hole of his helmet and said loudly, "Other than the water vapor blurring my vision, everything else is fine." "Let's go in," Jenny said. Danny looked at the red sky and smiled bitterly. "Do you have night here? It seems like the sun is setting." Looking up, they could not see the stars, the sun, and the moon. There was a layer of gloomy dark red light in the sky, which looked like a large piece of blood clot. It was like a thick layer of blood-stained cotton was pressed on the surface of the sea, pressing on everyone's heart. Looking down, they could see a bright red flickering in the depths of the dark sea. It was like a light bulb was lit in the water. The surface of the water was bubbling, bringing with it a pungent sulfuric smell from hell. A string of small flames rose from the charred reef in the water, but were immediately extinguished by the incoming tide. As the tide receded, sizzling sounds came from the reef, and white smoke rose into the air. With a sizzling sound, the dim red flame once again appeared on the reef, dancing in a flirtatious manner. "Fuck! There's an active volcano below." Danny's heart was pounding in her chest with fright. "There's a volcano under the sea," she shouted to Jenny. Jenny looked down at the sea and said calmly, "Yes. It's an active volcano. It's right beside us below the Holy Church." Danny's voice was a little distorted. Her face must have been distorted too. "Yes." Jenny's expression was still calm. The old priestesses behind her also had an expression that said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid? If the volcano erupts, Orlos will be finished." Danny shouted in a low voice, "Valeglia is afraid of volcanoes? Haha." Hearing the arrogance and contempt in Jenny's voice, Danny said indignantly, "Wasn't Valeglia destroyed by a volcanic eruption?" Jenny stopped, turned around and looked at Danny seriously. "Do you really think so? We've controlled the 14 fire peaks and the hundreds of volcanoes nearby for 6,000 years. Even small accidents rarely happen because every inch of land under the volcanoes is under the surveillance of the Wizard Council. You mean there's a mastermind behind the great calamity?" Danny was shocked. "I don't know. Even so, you don't have the ability to control volcanoes like the Great Wizard of Valeglia, right? You'll understand in a moment." Jenny smiled mysteriously and pushed open the 3-meter-tall white wooden door. Baristan touched the wooden door and exclaimed in shock, "Weirwood?" The priestess nodded and said, "It's said that weirwood contains the power of the old gods and is one of the best magical materials. It's also often used to make furniture and can last for 10,000 years. "There's weirwood in Ursos too?" Danny asked curiously. "It should be extinct by now, but before we humans appeared, the children of the forest and the giants had already existed for several million years. Perhaps they once lived on this continent as well. Perhaps back then the entire world was filled with weirwood." Creak, the heavy weirwood door opened, and the bright black light made Danny squint slightly. A long twisted obsidian candle was placed in the middle of the stone hall. A blinding black flame burned at the top of the candle. The black light could not dispel the darkness in the room, but it strangely allowed everyone to see everything around them clearly. It was a gray vision. "A glass candle," Baristan exclaimed. "It's 100 times bigger than the one in Queers." The male wizard Urizen could also light a glass candle. It was as dazzling as the reflection of snow under the sun, but it was only the size of an egg yolk. The glass candle in the hall of the Orlos Holy Church was like a bonfire. Danny looked at the exquisite carvings on the walls and pillars. They were all scenes of the Dragon King of Valeglia conquering the world. She could clearly see the flag of the Harpy and the warriors with spiked helmets wielding spears in 5 of the carvings. Obviously, these were the 5 wars of guys. She looked back at the glass candle and asked curiously, "Why is the black flame not blocking our vision? What color do you think the sun is?" The priestess asked. "Colorless?" Danny asked. Jenny glanced at the stupid mortal proudly and chuckled. "Haha, you can try it with a prism under the sun." It was not easy. The Valeglia people's knowledge of the world was far beyond the scientific level of this era. "I'll try," Danny said with a straight face. Baristan was on high alert and looked around carefully. Suddenly, he looked down and said in horror, "We don't have a shadow." Danny looked down. Sure enough, the joints of the blue marble floor were clearly visible, but there was no shadow. It should be the effect of the glass candle. She looked at Jenny. "Shadows are ominous things," the priestess said solemnly. "Locke," the four old priests quickly interrupted Danny. "Holy Land, don't say that name." Danny nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where is the statue of His Majesty Balerion?" Chapter 180. The barrel-shaped hall was divided into 4 directions with 4 stone pillars. Behind each pillar was a small wooden door. In the middle was a half-meter-high low round table with a 2-meter-high twisted black crystal inserted in the center. Nothing. There were no statues, no altars, no candles, not even a central hall. Jenny frowned and looked at Danny. She sighed. "You don't know anything. The Dragon King of Valeglia is a citizen of the sky, living high up in the Tower of Babel. Many people almost never set foot on the ground. So, do you understand? In Valeglia, the highest floor of the tower is the main hall. If I had a dragon, I would take you directly to the top of the tower. Unfortunately, you don't have a dragon. A nobleman of Valeglia without a dragon dares to laugh at the only female dragon king in the world." Danny showed a flattering smile and asked, "What about the inheritance of the high priest?" The high priest's eyes became serious. "Don't you go worship the ancestors?" "Your Excellency, my mind is now full of the magical witchcraft of Valeglia. I can't calm down. It's too impious to worship His Majesty Balerion in this situation." Danny sighed. Jenny's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but she suppressed her anger and pointed to the wooden door on the south side of the hall. "Go through that door. I can't guarantee how much you can get. It all depends on your bloodline." The black tower of the Holy Church tilted to the south, almost forming a small slope. Danny went down a few steps and held on to the black stone pillar in front of the wooden door. "Can I go in?" "Yes." Jenny nodded slowly. Danny looked up and found that the stone pillar in her hand was also engraved with war diagrams. Countless megalosaurus covered the sky, and below, a giant turtle floated in the monstrous waves. Compared with the waves, the city below was like a child's toy building blocks. She stopped and walked around the stone pillar. "This is the war to conquer the Loinars 2,000 years ago?" "That's right." Jenny came to her side and pointed at the largest dragon in the group. "Look, the dragon-slaying horn." He had to admit that the artistic value of this stone sculpture was extremely high. Not only did it vividly portray the tragic atmosphere of the battlefield, even the details were done to perfection. They could also clearly see the horn hanging from the waist of the tiny dragon king on the dragon's back. The megalosaurus was only the size of a palm, and the dragon king riding the megalosaurus was as thin as a man's fingernail. The curved horn was only the length of the dragon king's forearm. This kind of technology, the dragon slayer horn is so small? Danny asked in confusion. "That dragon binder is taller than me. Could it be that dragon slayer isn't made of dragon horns?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps the size of the dragon horn is not the deciding factor." "Nonsense. The older the dragon, the bigger its body, the dragon horn would naturally grow along with it, and the soul pressure of the megalosaurus king would also be stronger." Danny couldn't help but look down on Jenny. She didn't even know that there was a dragon soul sealed in the dragon horn. There was a wooden door behind the pillar that seemed to be made of ebony wood. There was a familiar symbol on the door that Danny was a little familiar with. A white spiral vortex. What symbol is this? The foundation of witchcraft, the image of the Lake of Souls. Danny's little face wrinkled. "Can you be more specific? I don't know anything about witchcraft." Thump, thump, thump. Jenny Bellerus stomped her feet. "Before building a house, the foundation must be laid. The strength of the foundation determines the height of the tower. Look at this black tower. Half of its body is suspended in the air and tilted towards the sea at such a large angle, but it is still stable. The process of extraordinaire sorcerer's cultivation is like building a house. We must first lay a solid foundation, the basic meditation technique." "Sai, can't you just tell me about the meditation technique?" I'm confused by all the nonsense you've spouted, Danny complained in her heart, but her face showed that she was listening seriously. If you have the talent to become a sorcerer, you will be able to open the Sea of Consciousness, or the Lake of Souls. The origin of the soul, the source of the spiritual power, is like a starry lake. Sorry, I don't have a lake of souls. It's a boundless sea. Danny's eyes showed admiration and said respectfully, I see. The High Priestess has enlightened me. Ginny was only a few years older than Danny. After being complimented by the Mother of Dragons, she felt a little smug and continued, the basic meditation technique is not the power to create miracles. It mainly gathers the scattered spiritual power in your lake of souls into a bundle, just like the power of a punch comes from thousands of small. The High Priestess was a little stunned. The old priestess immediately whispered, genes. Yes, our body seems to be a whole, but it's actually made up of countless small genes. The process of exerting force depends on the cooperation of countless genes. The so-called witchcraft is the punch on the spiritual level. The basic meditation technique helps you assemble the scattered spiritual genes into a whole. Seeing that Danny's eyeballs were about to pop out, Ginny sighed with a superior face and waved her hand. Sigh, it's okay if you don't understand. People are ignorant. There's no need to understand the theory of genes in theory to become a master swordsman. Danny recovered from the shock and asked, High Priestess, how did you discover the cells? Oh no, the genes. How did you discover the genes? Damn, do you have to be so awesome that you even know about the cells? Sigh, you're asking more and more questions. How can I explain the principle of light to you? You must have never seen a lens, right? Danny couldn't help but take advantage of her. Is it this thing? She pointed at the binoculars on Barristan's neck and asked. Ginny Belarus's arrogant face froze. She nodded stiffly and said, the glass factory in Mir and the steel factory in Kalweg all use the technology from Valeglia. The nautical telescope and the large stargazer were also invented by us. Sigh, through similar principles, we can also create a witchcraft lens to observe human organs. The smallest organ discovered is called a gene. So it's the witchcraft lens. Barristan was shocked. You know about the witchcraft lens? Danny looked at him curiously. Barristan said slowly, the City of Knowledge has been doing human experiments and has always wanted to create the legendary witchcraft lens. For this reason, the professors of the City of Knowledge have repeatedly advised King Eris, hoping that the king will increase investment in the City of Knowledge and reduce the import tariff of the Mir lens. They need a lot of glass and lenses. The City of Knowledge in the land of the setting sun? That group of undulls is just imitating our wizard council. An old priestess said contemptuously. Barristan's face turned red, but he could not refute. Danny's eyes were blurred. She murmured, how glorious was the Valeglia civilization in the past? I also want to know. The young female high priestess smiled bitterly. Quickly go in. After learning to meditate, a wizard rune will be constructed in the Lake of Souls. This is the symbol. She touched the white vortex on the sandalwood door and urged. Behind the door was a dark stone room of 20 square meters. A dark red halo shone in from the 3-meter-high skylight. A slender twisted obsidian could be vaguely seen on the empty green stone slab. Just a glass candle? Danny looked back at the priestess. A glass candle is the best conductor of mysterious elements. 80% of witchcraft can be performed with a glass candle. What about the blue magic ball on the wizard tower? Danny was puzzled. Ginny was surprised. You know about the magic ball? My second brother Viserys told me that the great wizard can control the whole world through a magic ball as big as a house. Her cheap second brother once again became her shield. The magic ball is the advanced version of the glass candle, just like the difference between a torch and a candle. The wizard's methods were too simple, right? What should I do? She asked again. Light the glass candle. You can find the knowledge you want in the flame, Barristan said. Barristan said strangely, the night before the assistant scholar of the City of Knowledge swears to become a scholar, they must keep watch in the cellar with only one obsidian candle. If they can light the candle, they can leave the cellar in advance. It is said that no one has ever lit a candle before. Grand Scholar Pycelle said that this is to warn the new scholars that even if a person is full of knowledge, he is not omnipotent. The personal strength of an organization's leader determines the upper limit of the organization's ability. Grand Scholar Pycelle must be a stupid pig. A silver-haired old priestess sneered. Why do you say that? White Knight was puzzled. Because the 4 glass candles in the City of Knowledge all came from Valeglia. It was a reward for 50 years of service from a scholar 1,000 years ago, for low-level basic meditation techniques. Our ancestors paid such a high price to obtain the truth from us, but the younger generation treated it as a joke. How laughable! The old priestess sneered. So, the last test of the scholar is actually to test their witchcraft talent? Danny thought. This test may have been useful in the past, but in the last 100 years it had been the age of magic, and no one could light the candle, so it gradually became a joke. She looked at the priestess and asked, High Priestess, do you know about the magic tide? A Yashai wizard told me that the appearance of the dragon brought magic to the world. This question seemed to be troubling the priestess. She hesitated and looked at the silver-haired old priestess who mocked the City of Knowledge. The old priestess thought for a moment and said, This statement is not wrong. The dragon represents the limit of the world's power, and the huge gap between the dragon and the mortals is the active range of the mysterious people. But in the world, other than the dragon, there are gods, and gods can also increase the upper limit of the world's life force. So, in the place where the divine power is active, the activity of the magic factor is enough to give birth to a wizard. There must be true gods in the world, but why was there the age of magic more than 100 years ago? The gods do not belong to the human world, and they are too far away from the real world. They can only affect a very small area, such as Yashai in the Shadowland. But the dragon is in the human world, in the real world. After the explanation, he did not care whether Danny understood or not. He impatiently urged, Go in, you have already delayed our afternoon prayer. And we still have to do the evening class later. Oh, sorry, but what should I do? Focus on the top of the candle, or rather just stare at it. There is enough time for you to use for one night. When the door of the inheritance room closed, High Priestess Jenny brought the few old priestesses upstairs for evening prayer, leaving White Knight alone outside the door. Chapter 181. Staring at the candle? You might as well get me a magic crystal ball and let me touch it. Danny muttered as she walked slowly to the 2-meter-tall obsidian candle. She touched it. It was cold like glass and there was no reaction at all. She widened her eyes and looked up carefully from the base. It was like a branch of an old plum tree that was twisted buzz. In an instant, the room was filled with white light that was as bright as falling snow. Shit, didn't you say you want to look at it all night? This thought only appeared in her mind for a moment. In the next moment, the flame spun in front of her eyes, just like the spiral pattern outside the door. Danny felt that her body was gradually being elongated, becoming a thin line, falling into a pure white world with snowflakes dancing in the air. Her consciousness entered a mysterious and mystical realm. Baristan, who was outside the door, was stunned. As soon as the door was closed, the white light that was like a sharp sword pierced through the gap of the door as if the door to heaven had been opened. Is it His Majesty? Why is it so fast? He found it unbelievable that the black light around him was wriggling like a living thing. It was wriggling and shrinking under the pressure of the white sword aura. The big candle that was burning with black light in the hall was forced to take a step back by the small candle in the room. What made Baristan even more confused was that even with the white light surrounding him, there was still no shadow under him. His Majesty, are you all right? He asked softly through the door. The response was swoosh. The white light that was as bright as snow instantly turned into a yellow light that shone like pure gold. The midday sun rose in the room? Then it was as red as charcoal. Those who did not know would think that the room was on fire. Then the darkness of the void even absorbed the black light in the hall. Baristan, who was standing outside the door, had his vision blurred for a while. Then it was a deep blue like the sea, a tender green like a fragrant ball, hibiscus purple, apple green. Other than the black and white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors rotated one by one. Just as the light dimmed, the sound of hurried running came from the stairs opposite. Why is it so fast? The silver-haired old priest asked anxiously. I don't know. Baristan said doubtfully as he quietly pressed his left hand on the scimitar's hilt on the left side of his waist. How did you know? He asked. A bright beam of light shot out from the sky and extended for a few kilometers. Anyone who looks to the south will be able to see it, Jenny said with a serious expression. Beristan understood. Even the tiny gap in the door could not block the light in the room. The skylight inside must also be shooting the light at an angle towards the sea. But wasn't it a little too exaggerated to spread a few kilometers? What terrifying magic power! The silver-haired old man's blue eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and bewilderment. But she's just a newbie. How is that possible? Perhaps Her Majesty is the mother of dragons. The White Knight spread his legs and used his tall body to block the wooden door behind him. The high priest shook his head and said, "That's not right. Not to mention that she's just a dragon spirit. Even if there really was a dragon god in this world, he wouldn't be able to stimulate the 9-colored light." Dragon spirit? What is it? Beristan asked curiously. Jenny's eyes flickered as she stared at the old knight who looked like an iron can. She asked loudly, "The inheritance room is specially prepared for the peak masters of the 14th peak. Only the direct descendants of the highest bloodline can activate the 9-colored candle. What did she do?" "Didn't you say it was based on the purity of the bloodline?" The old knight said angrily. "I lied to her. According to Targaryen's position in Valeglia, he can only stimulate the 3-colored candle at most. Plus she was so fast. She must have creaked." The wooden door opened. In less than 5 minutes Dany walked out. "You..." A few priests pointed at Dany with trembling fingers. Their faces changed drastically. "It's the perfect inheritance." Dany still looked the same. Her long silver hair, small heart-shaped face, but her purple eyes were shining brightly. In the center of her pupils, 9 tails of different colors spread out, forming a spiral vortex. "Sorry, I'm not used to it." Dany patted her head. When she opened her eyes again, the abnormality in her pupils disappeared. "How did you get the perfect inheritance?" Jenny asked with a pale face. "I don't know. Maybe it's because your talent is too high?" "This has nothing to do with talent. Only the peak masters of the 14th fire peak have the chance to activate the perfect inheritance." Fortunately, she had brought the identity card with her. Feeling the slightly warm Dragon King identity card in her chest, Dany felt lucky. She did not expect Valeglia to be so rigid. During the process of absorbing the inheritance, Dany was in a daze. She was only subconsciously following the changes in the flame and building the framework of the basic meditation runes in her mind. When the inheritance was completed, a message suddenly came from the candle. "First Peak Master, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to be a great wizard candidate." When she woke up, she immediately felt her chest burning. She pulled out the silver chain to take a look. The volcano pattern on the black iron token seemed to have come alive. The mouth of the volcano was slowly spewing out golden red light. Then above her spiral-shaped sea of consciousness, strands of golden red lava rolled down, forming strange runes and fusing with the vortex below. Finally, the illusory vortex condensed into a solid form. Dany had an inexplicable realization at that moment. The meditation technique from before was incomplete. Now, with the first Peak Master's identity card, the meditation runes were completed. The memory only lasted for a moment. Dany pushed away Beristan, who was in front of her, and smiled flatteringly. "High Priestess, I only got the basic meditation technique. Do you have any more witchcraft to teach me?" "You..." High Priestess Jenny was stunned. Her bright blue eyes were suddenly dyed black. Even the whites of her eyes could not be seen. Then, a dark red spark ignited in the center of her black crystal-like pupils. An ancient and majestic aura spread out from her young body. A gust of wind blew in the hall. The black flame on the central candle rose 3 feet high. The flame danced into the shape of a ferocious dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and roared silently at Dany. The High Priestess exuded a decaying and holy aura at the same time. The two auras mixed into a frenzied spiritual wave. Beristan's face was aghast. Just by looking at Jenny, his mind was seized by a nightmarish fear, and his limbs couldn't move at all. "This is God's descent!" Dany screamed. "Ah!" The silver-haired old priestess was shocked at first. Then, her face was filled with fanaticism. "Welcome, Your Majesty!" The other 3 old men immediately knelt and shouted, "Welcome, our Lord Balerion." Ginny was indifferent at first. But when her dark eyes glanced at Danny, her face immediately changed. She screamed, "This is impossible." The old and hoarse male voice mixed with the crisp and melodious voice of a young girl. Danny and Barristan had goosebumps. Impossible, the prophecy can't be on a lowly slave, but Danny did not have the mood to chat with the other party. She entered the dragon spirit state. The whirlpool in her sea of consciousness spun rapidly. She launched a spirit attack. Go like the roar of a megalosaurus. A substantial arc-shaped airwave spread out from Danny's open mouth. Barristan shuddered violently, as if he was awakened from a dream. He suddenly recovered from his muddle-headedness. But the people on the opposite side seemed to have been hit head-on. Two old priestesses floated back 3 steps. Their eyes rolled back and they fainted before they landed. The other 2 priestesses did not faint. They were pushed back 2 steps by the airwave. They held their heads and wailed, "A dragon, dragon, true dragon, dong." Balerion, who descended on Ginny, took half a step back. He said with a strange yin and yang duet voice, "How dare you, a mere young dragon, dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Gudong gudong." Ginny's flat belly suddenly swelled up like a pregnant woman. Her belly was like a washing machine at the highest gear, making a strange water flow whirling sound. "You go first, your majesty, I will stop him." Barristan pulled out his curved sword and was about to rush forward to make the first move. Oh, the old knight was indeed experienced. Although it was the first time he encountered such a magical scene, he instantly reacted. The opponent was preparing for a big move. "Are you stupid? There are still 2 dragons outside." Danny pulled him and shouted. But without waiting for him to speak, Danny dragged him and quickly ran in the direction of the gray door. "Don't worry, I am familiar with this kind of scene. It's nothing." While running, she comforted him. "Barristan, 7 gods above, your majesty, what have you experienced?" Ugh! Jenny suddenly bent down. Her mouth was like an open faucet. Black and red smelly juice flowed onto the ground. In the sticky vomit, dark red earthworms, the length of a little finger, struggled to crawl out. They did not have wings, but gradually floated and gathered into a group. Like a phalanx of drones, they formed the appearance of a roaring black dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound was like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. Danny and Barristan had already run to the door. But the swarm was too fast. It was almost like an arrow shot at them. The next moment, they were about to. Danny pushed the white knight to the left and shouted in the form of a dragon spirit, "Blackie, save me!" Boom! Wood chips flew. Blackie was like a plane that had crashed. Half of its body was stuck outside the door. Its long head plunged into the hall. Almost at the same time. Boom! The scarlet dragon flame column swept through Danny's body and raged wildly in the hall of the sacred hall. The lead armor was melting. The 4 old priests were instantly ignited. Jenny's face was twisted in the flame and melted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The earthworm that had already flown to Danny's side was instantly dispersed and lost its ability to fly. It fell to the ground and struggled in the dragon flames. Surprisingly, it did not die. Its dark red body seemed to have been recharged and gradually turned red. Its body was also visibly elongating and thickening, like a snake that was slithering towards her. Not only were they not burned to death by the nemesis of all monsters, the Megalosaurus, but they were also absorbing the magic in the dragon flame to grow rapidly. Damn it, what is this? Danny covered her face and stepped back. Blackie had been ordered to stop spitting fire. But there was already a 10-centimeter long earthworm, crawling on her molten and deformed boots. Tisk tisk, white smoke rose. The lead boots where the earthworm crawled on began to melt. It seemed to be consciously drilling into the boots. It wanted to bite her feet. Chapter 182. Was this strange monster an earthworm or a leech? Why did it want to get into her body? In the state of the dragon spirit, Danny felt a fatal danger in Blackie's sea of consciousness. Therefore, she struggled and kicked her legs, trying to kick the earthworm away. But it was like a dog clinging to a goddess. It stuck to her feet and couldn't be shaken off. Swoosh! A black light flashed and a piece of the boot was cut off. The bright red earthworm was cut in 2 and fell to the ground, motionless and dead. It was Barristan. When he was pushed away by Danny, He took the opportunity to cover his head with his golden cloak to avoid the high temperature. When the dragon flames stopped, the old knight immediately flipped over and stood up. The curved sword in his hand, antelope's horn, left a brand new silver cut on Danny's boots. "It works!" The white knight shouted excitedly and waved the scimitar in his hand. The bright red earthworm on the ground was cut in two without any resistance. The charred body on the charred ground of the hall struggled to get up. The vicious, bloodshot black eyes looked at the scimitar in Barristan's hand and cursed with a mixed male and female voice. "Wa lay li ya steel! Damn it! Valeglia steel breaks evil." Danny suddenly understood and then felt annoyed. Didn't they say that Megalosaurus had the best anti-magic effect? "Don't get close to it." She stopped the white knight who was about to rush over and behead Jenny. "Let's leave the hall." It was not that she was scared. The other party was hit by the dragon flame but did not suffer much damage. Only her hair, clothes and skin were burned. Well, her face was also a little like plastic that was melted in high temperature. The white knight calmed down and realized that she was a little impulsive. She immediately retreated to Danny and helped her out of the door. Seeing this, Jenny jumped up like a carp and staggered over to them. Come back, come back. This is your mission, you can't escape together with me. Become immortal, boom." After Danny and Selena left the hall, Dahe began to unscrupulously release the light and heat in the dragon flame. Jenny melted and burned like a candle in the bright red flame, but immediately, a pair of invisible hands seemed to appear and knead the plasticine into the shape of a woman again. Her previously deformed and shriveled face actually became plump again. Then, the new humanoid figure was once again roasted into a puddle of water. And, after 7 or 8 cycles, Jenny recovered faster and faster. She even had the energy to let out a terrifying laugh. "The dragon from the east can indeed hurt me, but I am Balerion, the ancestor god of the Dragon King. When I get used to the new magic factor, your dragon will no longer have any effect on me." Holy shit, is this the 8 trigrams furnace to refine Sun Wukong? Also dragons of other races, what the hell is this? Barristan was shocked. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" He turned his gaze to Danny, whose face was covered with blisters. Well, a certain queen had previously said in an experienced tone, "I'm familiar with this kind of situation, it's a piece of cake." Danny looked around blankly and saw Little White, who was doing nothing. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Dahe, step back, Little White, you spray." Hiss boom. Little White immediately lowered its head and joined the ranks of roasting human flesh. Danny found that under Little White's dragon flame, Jenny recovered to her previous state. The dragon egg came from Asia, and her 4 dragons were not the descendants of the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. But what did this mean? Weren't all the dragons in the world the same? Obviously, Jenny used her body to test the fire, proving that the dragons in Valeglia and the dragons in the outside world were 2 different species. The magic factor was different. What's this magic factor thing? All the above thoughts were completed in an instant. After Little White joined and Dahe left the hall, Danny immediately launched the only witchcraft she knew, Soul Strike. In the dragon spirit state, Dahe's dragon soul entered Danny's spiritual sea. The human and dragon souls merged into one and turned into a dark arrow. At this time in Danny's vision, Jenny was no longer a human, but a monster formed by black fog with a man's head and a black dragon's body. The arrow hit the monster's forehead, and the black shadow with a human head and a dragon's body let out a silent howl. Its body shook and shrank a lot. Buzz. Jenny's body shook a little. Buzz. The second soul strike, Jenny staggered, Dahe lay on the ground, twitching as if he had epilepsy, and Danny's nose was bleeding. Balerion's demonic shadow shrank again, and Jenny's figure could be seen through the thin black fog. Buzz. The third soul strike. Danny's 7 orifices were bleeding, and Dahe's eyes rolled back. The demonic shadow shrank into a small ball, and Jenny's figure was completely exposed. No, Jenny suddenly stopped and roared. Bang! As if a grenade with the buckle pulled off had been stuffed into a steel door, Jenny exploded into countless pieces of minced meat in the dragon flame. Every soul attack directly hit Balerion's divine soul, killing 1,000 enemies, losing 1,000 and losing 1,000 and 2,000. However, Danny and Dahe were both in their original bodies, and Balerion only had a part of his soul in Jenny's body. Both of them had different abilities, and Dani was using her own body to hurt Balerion. After 3 consecutive soul strikes, Balerion's divine power was not enough to cover Jenny's entire body. Her body was mortal, and of course she could not withstand the dragon flame. It's over. Dani breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful. A black light flashed in front of her, and Barristan's angry shout was heard. An earthworm as long as an arm and as thick as a finger was cut in half and fell to the ground. The scattered dark red blood corroded the stones on the ground into a small pit. Chi-chi. Wisps of green smoke rose from the pit. You deserve to die. In the hall there were men, women, old people, children, young girls, rough, crisp, gloomy, sweet, gentle. Countless people, countless voices, all mixed together to form a sinister and feminine baritone. Dani's scalp went numb. She took a few steps back and shouted, "Run, Dahe, Whitey, quick, take off." Even the old driver could not hold them back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the hall separated by a door, countless earthworms, with flickering red light, were like noodles in a boiling pot, twisting and wriggling. Hearing the crawling sound, it was as if something was trying to crawl into a person's mouth and down their throat. Squeak. Dahe struggled to get up. He first bit Dani's shoulder with his mouth and placed her on Whitey's back since she could not move freely. Then he kicked off and leaped into the sky. Barristan's movements were swift, and he had already jumped onto his black dragon. Squeak. Before the earthworms crawled out of the hall, Whitey had also flown into the sky. Not far away, a few hundred Orlos people had gathered around the street. Dani did not stay for long. She immediately ordered the 2 dragons to fly towards the south. Yep, she did not enter the sea of smoke. Thump thump. In less than 3 minutes, the Megalosaurus once again landed on the Tower of Babel. Barristan asked in a panic, "Your Majesty, are you not feeling well?" "My body is fine." Dani struggled to climb down from the dragon's back. The melting point of her lead armor was too low, and it had melted under the draconic flames. Although she was not injured, she could barely move after the lead armor cooled down. White Knight climbed down from the black dragon and came to Dani's side. She used her scimitar to cut off the lead armor around her joints as she asked in confusion, "Then why aren't we running away?" Dani touched the blisters on her face and grimaced. "My body is fine, but my heart is not. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it." Who would have thought that the gods were real? It was obvious that this noble old man was unable to keep up with the queen's pace. Hiss! After Dani could move her hands, she pulled out the Valeglia steel dagger from her waist and urged the old man, "Okay, you go, I'll do it myself." "Where are we going?" Whitebeard was at a loss. "I'm not feeling well. We're going to rob this Tower of Babel. Do you understand?" Really, this old man was not eye-catching at all. Previously, when she followed Jenny down the Tower of Babel but did not see a single guard, there should have been. At that time Dani was really just thinking about it. Well, just thinking about it. "Rob." The old knight's voice was louder than Dani's. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "When you went down the tower earlier, your eyes were looking around. What did you see?" Dani asked. Barristan's old face was red, and he said unhappily, "Your Majesty, I was carefully observing the enemy's situation, not sneakily peeping at the master's treasure." Bang bang bang. Dani patted her chest a few times and said unhappily, Look carefully, look at me. Do I look like a kind guest? We're at war, shouldn't we take the spoils after winning the battle?" Dani's shiny silver hair became black and dirty. Her white little face was burned red with blisters, and her valiant silver armor was burned black and tattered. It was terrible. "I should have called Yora Mormont, I can't do this kind of thing," he muttered, but still trotted through the stairs. The old knight had served the king for decades. He had always been open, upright, and proud. He followed Queen Dani, but this was the first time in his life that he had done something like a bandit. "I don't want gold or silver, just Valeglia steel weapons and magic books," Dani shouted at the white knight who had disappeared into the corridor. The old man's feet could be vaguely seen tripping, otherwise, he would not have suddenly staggered. After a while, there was a faint cry of a maid downstairs. "There are thieves, robbers, bandits robbing the city lord's palace." Then came the old knight's anxious explanation. "I'm not a thief, I'm not a robber, don't be afraid, don't shout, the building is so high, The people on the street can't hear. Quickly give me the high priest's treasure. I won't hurt you." One could imagine how embarrassed the old man was at this time, and how incoherent he was. "Ah!" The old man's cry was full of delight. A moment later, Baristan returned with heavy footsteps, holding an iron lump the size of a banquet table. It was dark, and it was obvious that many tubes had been welded on it. The old man's neck leaned back with difficulty, and his steps were difficult, almost moving over. "What's this? Why are you carrying a black lump of metal over here? Where's the sword, the secret arts? You can find a few history books." Danny frowned. "Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. The legendary witchcraft lens." The old man shouted excitedly. "Throw it away." Danny waved her hand in disdain. "What's the use of a cell-scale microscope? It's so big, so stupid, so stupid." She would find a few glass workers in Mir, and a few blacksmiths in Koer, and she would be able to do 100 small and exquisite witchcraft lenses with high magnification. Chapter 183. Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. It might be the only witchcraft lens in the world. The old man reminded, even if you don't use it for yourself, you can bring it back to the City of Knowledge. The scholars will definitely be grateful to you. They spent 1.5 million gold royals in 40 years and still couldn't make the witchcraft lens. Say, it's so big, how much space does it take? I'd rather have books. And what's the use of the City of Knowledge's gratitude? A bunch of dregs who don't even know how to make a microscope. Your Majesty, didn't you notice? The old man shook the metal lump in his hand. There's not a trace of rust, it's made of Valeglia steel. What? Danny widened her eyes and said excitedly, "Oh my God, how many swords can be made from melting it?" The White Knight's mouth twitched. What kind of waste was this? "Put it down, I'll pack it, you go back and continue." Before you come up later, remember to bring me a rope." The old man put down the witchcraft lens with a straight face, turned around and went downstairs with a straight face. Danny stopped cutting the lead and walked over happily to size up the metal lump. The witchcraft lens was placed on the ground. It was as high as her neck, dull, smoky black and cold to the touch, almost the same as the metal lump. Even the joint did not have a trace of rust. It was most likely really made of Valeglia steel. She picked it up and tested its weight. It looked light from the outside, it looked big, but it didn't weigh more than 100 pounds. That's right, the microscope was made up of several groups of hollow lens tubes. The inside was definitely not a solid piece of porcelain. The structure is so complicated. Danny was shocked to find that there were more than 80 lens tubes. The whole metal lump was made up of lens tubes of various sizes. There were also some parts that she did not know the purpose of. It was so complicated that she could not understand it at all. She did not even know how to use it. What are the people of Valeglia doing? It's clearly a simple combination of eyepiece and objective lens. Why are they making it so complicated? Useless trash. I'll melt you when I get back. Your Majesty, we have to hurry. A maid has sneaked out. She will definitely inform the guards. Baristan staggered again. He wrapped a large bag of items with a purple brocade curtain printed with golden patterns. There was a rope as thick as a finger hanging around his neck. Clang! It fell to the ground, revealing the leather scabbard of a long sword, a bulging shield, a 14-inch wide book, and a few fist-sized beads. Are you done? Danny asked. I found a library with at least 1,000 books. I couldn't take all of them, so I only picked some books whose names I didn't know. White Knight took out a plain linen bedsheet and wrapped it around the witch lens before carrying it on her back. You don't understand? You speak Valeglia? Danny lifted the curtain package and found that it weighed 100 to 200 pounds. It was too big, so she tied the package with a rope and made it look like a gift bag. There was a buckle at the end so that little White could reach in and lift the big gift bag. I know the title of the book, but I don't know what it means. I think that as long as it's a book that I don't understand, it's most likely related to magic, he said. Are you sure Valeglia has all the weapons? Danny asked. A two-handed sword and a shield. That's enough. The Tower of Babel was specially prepared for Megalosaurus to take off and land. They jumped down from the edge of the platform, and the two dragons glided into the sky with the heavy Valeglia treasures. They quickly left the noisy cursing on the ground far behind. Fortunately, they picked a good time. It was already late at night, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. The Orlos people who didn't have any entertainment activities were sleeping. Otherwise, Danny and the others wouldn't be so relaxed. After flying northeast for an hour and a half, they finally heard the sound of waves. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and the starry night sky suddenly appeared above their heads. They had left the land of long summer. Wow, what an exciting day! Danny laughed out loud. The two dragons were also tired after a day without eating. They were a little tired, so they used first gear flight mode and slowly glided towards Astapor. The sound of the wind was soft, and at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, they could hear shouting more than 10 meters away. Sigh, today's experience has made me. Baristan also breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted his helmet and asked hesitantly, "Are those really the gods of Valeglia? I always thought. It's not that I don't believe in the gods, but I never thought that I would be able to face them one day." Jazz, what do you think gods are? I've always believed in the 7 gods, the 7 spiritual sustenance, and the 7 wooden carvings. Now I'm a little confused. Baristan smiled bitterly. Aha, you were good before. It's the right way to believe. After a pause, Danny explained, I met the first god in Queers. Immortal? White Knight exclaimed. Yes, immortal. Gods can be divided into 3 types. The first is the old gods, the nature gods, and the innate gods. Yes, they can also be called the spirits of nature. As for the specifics, I've never seen them, so I can't tell. But one thing is certain, they are all true gods. Only true gods are immortal. The second type is people who want to become gods. Jazz, look at me and then look at the ordinary girl. You'll understand. Everyone is different. Although she was blowing her own trumpet, Baristan agreed with what she said. An ordinary girl could hatch a dragon? Could she not burn it? Could she make a dragon so obedient? Could she defeat 2 gods in a row? Could she light up a glass candle in an instant? Talented people can sense and enlighten supernatural powers from their own lives. For example, wizards, priests of gods, mages, and so on. If a wizard has enough talent, knowledge, and ambition, he can enter a strange state between a mortal and a true god. In that state, they can absorb power from outside their body. The spiritual power in nature, the magic power in the tidal sea, and especially the power of faith and faith of humans. At that time, they can be called demigods or spirits of faith. So, the immortal and Belarus are just spirits of faith. Baristan felt more relaxed. You've also noticed that Balerion, who descended on Jenny, is not invincible. In fact, if there were 3 Grand Knights who are as skilled in the sword as you, and charged fearlessly, there's an 80% chance that you could kill that bastard. You should let me try. Baristan smiled. Haha. Danny also laughed. She knew that the old man was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, and did not regret losing the title of God Slayer. 3 Grand Knights with Valeglia's steel sword charged over. There must be 1 or 2 who would fill the hole, exhausting the opponent's witchcraft, and creating a chance for the last one to kill. The third type of god is the doctrine god created by humans. There are so many churches in the world. It's impossible for every church to have a god active behind them. The old man hesitated and asked, then the Church of the 7 Gods? I'm not sure. These theories were summed up after meeting 2 demigods. Then why did that Balerion attack you? Even if you obtain the inheritance of the Grand Wizard, Valeglia is gone. What's the point of following the previous rules? The old man did not understand. I didn't understand at first, but then, after Jenny's body exploded, every fireworm made a different sound, did you notice? Yes. The old man nodded and said with a bitter smile, to be honest, I was scared, it was too strange. I guess the souls of the owners of those sounds were all devoured by Balerion. Or rather, Balerion is the amalgamation of the ancestors of the 14 fire peaks. Immortals are like that too. They all want to devour my life and soul. The reason why I can hatch a dragon must be because my bloodline is extraordinary, but... Baristan thought for a while and said, it's just that he made a mistake in his judgment, thinking that you are not the prey he needed. Yes. Danny frowned. She wanted to know what Balerion misunderstood. Fortunately, that Balerion can't leave the land of long summer. The old knight sighed. We don't have to be afraid of him. When we go back, we can melt the witchcraft lens. The Blood Oath Guards and the King's Guard each have a Valeglia steel sword. They can't kill him. Danny said proudly. Your Majesty, I think it's better to keep the witchcraft lens. If we really need a Valeglia steel sword, we can melt Mormont's armor. The old man advised. We'll talk about it when we go back. If she really came up with an optical microscope, she would definitely melt the witchcraft lens. Your Majesty, what kind of inheritance did you get? I saw you use True Dragon Roar several times in a row. Other than the first time I helped you get out of trouble, I didn't go against you for the last 3 times. You can still hear it? Danny asked in surprise. Yes, I can vaguely hear the roar of a megalosaurus. It seems to be more majestic than Black Diamond's usual roar. Blackie only roars out sound waves, but the witchcraft I used imitates the dragon's horn. It's a little similar. The old knight suddenly realized. It was also his first time seeing Danny's soul strike. Other than True Dragon Roar. This name is strange, it sounds like Lion Roar. Lion Roar, Landlady Loudmouth? Danny shuddered and quickly got rid of the thought from her mind. There's only a basic meditation technique in the inheritance that can help me train my spirit. I don't know what it's used for. Let's practice for a while first. Oh, that's not right. I can now clear the curse in the land of long summer. Danny said happily. Clear the entire land of long summer? Whitebeard was shocked. No, it's just the curse on you and me. What? We have a curse on us? But we're wearing anti-curse armor. The old knight exclaimed. Danny was a little embarrassed. You're mistaken. The radiation is not nuclear radiation. It's high-energy magic radiation. Nuclear radiation was not the only type of radiation. For example, when a high-temperature object radiates heat to a low-temperature object, it's also a type of radiation, thermal radiation. Almost all objects with high energy levels can release radiation to objects with low energy levels. The magic extracted by Valeglia from underground fire was a type of high-grade energy. At this time, the land of long summer was full of this kind of magic radiation. The Great Wizard's inheritance did not tell Danny this knowledge, but after learning the basic meditation, she, like Kuei-shi and the Great Wizard Haya, used her own body to feel the surge of the magic tide. She did not know what happened to the others. She could also absorb the magic energy from the outside world through meditation, fuse it with the spirit power in the spirit sea, and refine witchcraft. Previously, when she used the soul strike on Faceless One, it was purely consuming her own spirit power. She used her and Blackie's souls to attack the opponent's spirit sea. That attack almost exhausted her strength, and even Blackie would lose consciousness for a short time. After learning the basic meditation technique, the soul strike consumed her witchcraft, and she only felt a little tired after using it 4 times in a row. Chapter 184. In the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, sunlight drove the thin morning mist to scatter lazily on people's faces. The bedsheets were stained with morning dew, showing traces of wetness. He untied the rope tied to the outside and spread it out on the red brick floor. Swords, shields, books, crystal balls, and other miscellaneous items scattered all over the floor. Bam! Baristan untied the curtain bag and carefully placed the huge witchcraft lens on the coffee table beside him. Your Majesty, Sir Sammy already has a scimitar. This 2-handed sword is a perfect match for me. Jorah Mormont hugged the 2-handed sword with a dark purple lizard skin scabbard tightly, wishing that he could immediately hang it on his waist. In your dreams. The old knight snatched the sword back from his hand and sneered. The scimitar was lent to me by Ago to protect your Majesty. Now that I have Tun-Ri, the scimitar naturally has to be returned to Ago. Yes, the sword he found from Orlos was called Tun-Ri. Valeglia's words were engraved on the golden sword guard. The 2 white knights had never thought of giving Tun-Ri to Danny because the sword was too long. The blade was 1.3 meters long, and the hilt was a golden dragon that was 30 centimeters long. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out the blade. Its upper and lower jaws were used as guard. Its wings and legs were retracted, but it did not affect its grip. Its tail was tied with colorful tassels. It was a very beautiful sword. This sword is too flashy. It will attract unnecessary attention, Jorah advised. It's fine. Just find a blacksmith to blacken the color. The old knight said as he took off the Iraq scimitar from his waist and hung Tun-Ri on it. Together with his tall and burly body, the sword was just the right length. That shield. The shield is Grey Worm's. Baristan interrupted him. You use a two-handed sword. Do you have a third hand to hold a shield? If it was a small round shield, it could be hung on the arm, but this curved shield could only be used with a short sword and a spear. In other words, Valeglia had imitated the shield style of the Guji's army. Grey Worm already has a Valeglia steel short sword. Yura muttered. Why don't we melt it to make a sword? What books did you look for? Gene Overview, The Secret of Color, an analysis of the principle of optics, geometry, the magic of numbers. Danny held up a stack of books and said to the old knight in frustration, These things are useless to me. Really? Isn't it better to always compare poems and stories? Whitebeard said awkwardly. Forget it. It's useless to me, but it's a priceless treasure to this world. Danny sighed. Where are the magic crystal balls? The old knight pointed at the red, purple, and colorless crystals and asked, Are they helpful to you? Crystal of high purity. It's a very good bedside ornament. Whitebeard blushed and couldn't help but think of the place where he found the crystal ball, Jenny's bedroom. He thought that it was a tool that the high priestess used to cultivate her magic every day. After all, in the stories, it was often said that the witch used a crystal ball to divine the future. The normal glass candles used by wizards are not known to people. Those third-rate writers who write wizard stories have done a lot of harm. The old knight sighed. After a day and a night in the land of long summer, Danny was very tired when she returned to Astapor. She only drank a bowl of mutton stewed with turnip soup, washed up and went to bed. The red sun slowly fell into the sea in the west, and the world was red. The red light shone through the skylight onto the wall covered with beige wallpaper, adding a warm and peaceful atmosphere to the quiet stone room. Suddenly, Danny, who was sleeping soundly, frowned as if she was enduring some uncomfortable pain. She opened her eyes and a faint light flashed in her purple eyes. She raised her right wrist in front of her eyes, and a red dot flickered under her fair skin. Fishy. Danny's eyes gradually regained their clarity. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew the wizard power around her wrist. The red dot turned into a long line as thin as hair and hit the wardrobe opposite her. The red line dimmed and disappeared, and a woman appeared in front of the wardrobe. She was wearing a long hooded robe, and her face under the hood was covered by a red wooden mask. It was Kashi. Danny, rise, you've impressed me. The hood covered her eyes, but Danny could feel that she was staring at her. Danny put down her wrist and sighed. I just found out that I was marked by witchcraft. Come to think of it, you've only touched me once. The last time we met in the streets of Queers, you laid 2 fingers as if by accident upon my right wrist. Chapter 48 of the book. At that time I felt a strange tingling sensation, and thought it was an illusion. I remember you promised that you would never hurt me? So, it's just a coordinate. Using a glass candle to find someone without a coordinate is like looking for a gold coin in the sea. It's too difficult. Now that you've mastered the mysterious power, you should understand my difficulties. Kashi said lightly. To be honest, I don't understand because I don't know how to use a glass candle, and I don't have one. Kashi, I can feel a condensed power in your body. It's powerful, vast, and awe-inspiring. Wizard Ashaya said slowly. I just learned a set of basic meditation techniques in Orlos yesterday. I don't know a single spell now. Danny said honestly. Danny was furious when she found out that Kashi had secretly left a coordinate on her body. When she obtained the first trace of witchcraft yesterday, she felt that something was wrong with her body. She wasn't sure at first, but now that Kashi had changed into a living person right in front of her, she calmed down. Kashi's methods were so powerful that if she really wanted to attack her, she would have died long ago. When she thought of this, she didn't hate Kashi as much. Of course, she still had to be vigilant. Orlos. Kashi thought for a moment and said in shock, You really are bold to enter the land of summer. Why can't I go? Kashi took a deep breath and said seriously, Do you remember the prophecy I told you before? If you want to go north, you have to go south. If you want to reach the west, you have to go east. Danny was stunned. When you said don't go west, did you mean the land of summer west of Slaver's Bay? I thought it was the Westeros in the west. I don't know. Kashi's words almost made Danny vomit blood. As if she could see her displeasure through the blisters on her face, the Asha shaman continued, I can give you the prophecy, but I can't help you decipher the content of the prophecy. However, I can be sure of one thing. The land of summer west of Slaver's Bay, the free cities, and the Westeros are all ominous places for you. Dany was deep in thought. She understood Kashi's prophecy a little. Just like the previous sentence, if you want to go north you have to go south. If she didn't go south and went to the Dothraki Sea in the north instead, she probably wouldn't end well. If she went to the Dothraki Sea before taking control of Slaver's Bay, she would probably, on the other hand, if she really took control of Meereen Yuan-Kai and Astapor, she would have the capital to go north and take down the Dothraki Sea. If she wanted to go north, she had to go south. As for if she wanted to go west, she had to go east. The original Dany Rise didn't go east. Instead, she went back to the Westeros and died a horrible death. What can the east give me? She asked. The truth. Just like in Queers, Dany got the same answer. In other words, going east isn't the goal. It's to get the truth. So I have the capital to go west? Dany asked. This? 'Cause she was stumped. This girl doesn't play by the rules. If the prophecy says you have to go east, then you should go. Why do you keep thinking about cheating? 'Cause she finally said, don't expect me to tell you what the truth is. I don't know either. I know. After holding it in for a while, the prophet asked the person being prophesied, what is the truth? Isn't it obvious? I have enemies in the land of summer. I have enemies in the free cities. I have enemies in the Westeros. If I enter these places without my guard up, I will be in danger. She could understand it this way? Maybe it really could be, what kind of enemy did you meet in Orlos? 'Cause she asked. The god of Valeglia, Bellerus. He has the same name as the Black Dragon of Targaryen, Dany said. So he's not dead. 'Cause she muttered. That bastard dared to attack me. I'll kill him sooner or later, Dany said proudly. She then laughed and said, it's everyone's responsibility to kill evil gods. How about you give me some secret witchcraft? Bellerus is the god of Valeglia. He's your god. Dany said such outrageous words so casually. The Wizard of Ashaya was shocked. Have you forgotten? Targaryen has been a believer of the 7 gods for 300 years. I don't have any witchcraft to teach you. Our training systems are different, 'cause she said. Nonsense. Dany raised her wrist and sneered. You think I was sleeping? I'm trying to decipher your magic coordinate runes. I've already learned 30% of it. In a few days I'll be able to leave coordinates for others. When she was awake, she would combine with the dragon's soul to become a dragon spirit. When she was asleep, she would enter Blackie's soul realm and become a dragon dream. As long as Blackie was also resting, Dany would enter the dragon dream state when she was asleep. In that state, she could better observe the nature of her soul. It seemed that the coordinates were imprinted on her right wrist, but the real location was her wrist in the soul state. In other words, even if Dany cut off her right hand, Kashi would still be able to locate her. Therefore, the dragon dream state was very useful for studying the mysterious runes. As Kashi said, her training system was different from Dany's. None of the coordinate runes were in Valeglia's 108 alphabet. However, she found that she did not need to know the meaning of the runes. She could use her witchcraft to draw out the exact same runes with witchcraft effects. Are you sure? Kashi did not hide her shock. Why would I lie? A perfect inheritance. You've received the full meditation technique of the great wizard Valeglia. Kashi said with certainty. You're right. Dany was confused. What's so special about it? Valeglia ruled the world. Did you know that? Everyone in the world knows. Kashi sighed and said faintly, if you rule the world, will you plunder the world's gold, silver, knowledge, slaves, and treasures? Chapter 185. Dany suddenly realized that the people of Valeglia must have plundered all the secret books of the occult schools, and finally melted them together to create their own divine secret book. Seeing her understanding expression, Kueishi nodded and sighed. The great wizards who have obtained the perfect inheritance can ignore the schools and use all the witchcraft in the world. They don't even need to study the meaning of the runes. We Asian wizards have studied it for thousands of years, but we still can't figure out how the people of Valeglia did it. Haha, I'm afraid they can't use all the witchcraft? Danny thought of something and asked with a smile, can they use the Red Priest's witchcraft? No, Kueishi shook her head and said with a complicated tone, mortals can only borrow the spells of the gods. They can't steal them. Danny looked expectant and said with a smile, I'm easy to satisfy. I just need to learn your witchcraft. Sorry, I can't teach you any witchcraft. Kueishi flatly refused. Why? Knowledge is about communication. I can use my own witchcraft to exchange with you. I can't use your witchcraft. After a pause, Kueishi asked, I'm a wizard who specializes in prophecies, you know that, right? So, do you know what's the taboo in prophecies? Without waiting for Danny to answer, Kueishi said, the taboo is to interfere with the life of the prophesied person. Prophecies are like a complicated arithmetic problem. By the way, you probably know what a multivariable arithmetic problem is, right? Do you really think I'm illiterate? I know, Danny said with a muffled voice. Prophecies are like an arithmetic problem. There are countless variables. If I'm by your side, I'll become one of the variables and a very important one. So, do you understand? Danny frowned and said, but you've advised me many times to do this and not to do that. Isn't that interference? I'm just telling you the prophecy. I'm not interfering with your choice. Before I see a clear prophecy next time, I won't appear in front of you again. So, you have another prophecy to tell me? The last prophecy hasn't ended yet. Isn't it a bit too frequent? Danny said with a strange expression. You're the principles of karma, and I'm only responsible for telling you what I see. Kueishi said lightly. Alright, go ahead. Kueishi said in a melodious tone. The glass candle is lit, the pale mare will come, and the rest will follow. The lion and the griffin, the son of the sun and the dragon of the performer. None of them believed. Remember the undying ones and the chief steward of fragrance. Oh, the glass candle was indeed lit by me. I didn't forget the lesson of the immortals and gave Balerion a good beating. Pale mare, lion and so on, what do they represent? Unsurprisingly, Kueishi did not answer her question. Instead she sighed and said, Danny Leezy, you can learn my positioning technique, but it's best that you don't use it. After I learned the meditation technique, my former mentor sternly warned me about a wizard's commandment. Now I will tell you about it. Witchcraft is a sharp blade without a handle. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself. The true purpose of a wizard is to pursue the truth. Witchcraft is just a beautiful scenery that seduces you into the wrong path. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed woman in front of him disappeared, leaving only the sound of his own breathing in the dim red room. In the blink of an eye, Danny fell back onto the feather bed with a thud. She looked at the ceiling and murmured, the well-fed do not know the suffering of the starving. I can also say that the crown is a heavy burden that carries the livelihood of countless people. Glory and power are just poisoned wine that seduces the queen into the wrong path. After resting in Astapor for a few days, the burns on Danny's face and neck had healed. Baristan also turned Tunri into an ordinary two-handed sword. Just as they packed up and were about to set off again, the Whisperer group and the spy and Kyle sent a messenger crow almost at the same time. The 100 elephants and 5,000 elephant soldiers hired by the Alliance on LF Island had arrived in Kyle's. The Whisperer group had more information and was more detailed. Each elephant was accompanied by a rider, a crossbowman, and a spearman. Some of the 5,000 elephant soldiers would stay in Kyle's, while the rest would continue westward to Volantis by boat. Volantis also had elephants, so they only needed experienced elephant soldiers to go there. The Whisperer group also revealed that the Alliance had formed a super army of more than 100,000 regular soldiers. They might split into 4 groups and attack Astapor, Yuankai, and Mirin from 4 different places at the same time. This was the suggestion of most of the Alliance's generals. Even if they could not take down the cities, they could at least destroy the mother of dragons' agricultural production. Yes, the Alliance knew about the agricultural production that she had spent a lot of effort to create. However, Dragon Slayer Graz, Dan was resolutely against the plan to split up. He strongly suggested that everyone should combine their forces and completely abandon all seemingly ingenious but actually useless tactics. They should stick to the strategy of forming a strong stronghold and fighting a dumb battle. Well, after getting the Dragonslayer saber, Grazdan swore that he would slay dragons in this life, so he got the nickname Dragonslayer. When it comes to tactics, no one is a match for the sinister and cunning evil mother of dragons. In the Alliance's meeting, the Dragonslayer was almost in tears. His slogan was, "Gather the power of the whole world and crush Slaver's Bay." He did not even suggest an immediate attack. Grazdan also thought that the Alliance did not have enough troops. He hoped to pull the Summer Islands, Westeros, Bravos, Roras, Dothraki, and the Jade Sea into the Alliance. Although the Westeros did not trade slaves, the Iron Throne was the archenemy of Targaryen. If the Alliance failed, the Dragon Queen would become the world's first emperor. At that time, would she let go of the Westeros that originally belonged to her? If the Dragon Queen was promoted to the Dragon Empress, would Bravos, the original big brother of the world, be willing to submit to her iron boots? Therefore, Grazdan's real-world alliance was not a delusion of a madman. There was at least a 30% chance that it would become a reality. Because of the different opinions, the alliance's final strategy had not been decided. However, there were 2 points that everyone agreed on. First, seize the time to hatch the dragon as soon as possible. Second, crowdfund to hire the Faceless and try to kill the culprit. The wind-blowing group sent a long spy report of thousands of words. At the end, it was deliberately written in red and marked in bold, "Be careful of the Faceless." This reminded Dany that she still had a Faceless captive. That night, she came to the Great Pyramid of Astapor. "Who sent you to kill me?" she asked. The 10-square-meter cramped stone room was thick with iron panels and oak doors, like the coffin lid of a sarcophagus, suffocating. There was no skylight inside, and it was dark 24 hours a day. Every morning and evening, except for the jailers who brought in water and black bread from a small compartment under the door, there were no outsiders, not even sounds from the outside. There was a half-meter-wide low wooden bed in the corner of the room, emitting a choking stench of feces and urine. The edge of the small wooden bucket was stained with brown dirt. Under the dark red light of the torch, the white maggots that freely crawled in and out were very conspicuous. The prisoner was unkempt, wearing a strange gray linen gown. She hugged her knees and curled up in the corner of the wooden bed. Her head was buried in her knees, and she did not respond to Dany's words. "Hey, why don't you talk?" Dany endured the stench, stepped forward, and slapped her hard on the back of the head. The unexpected sting made the Reese woman raise her head. Her pale and thin face was a little dirty, and her only left eye was dim like charcoal ash that had been burned overnight. "I don't know anything," the assassin said in a hoarse voice. Dany stepped back a few steps, covered her nose with a silk handkerchief, and said in a muffled voice, "You know the training method of the Faceless, right?" "Oh well, I'll tell you, the first point of the Faceless training is to never be afraid of the dark, never be afraid of loneliness. Your small cell is hell for mortals, but for me it's like home. The second point of the Faceless training is to never reveal the secrets of the Faceless to anyone. The third point of the Faceless training is that all mortals have to die. The Faceless must open their hearts and welcome the arrival of death." The Reese assassin looked at Dany mockingly and asked, "There is a fourth, fifth, countless training points. Do you still want to hear them?" Dany raised her hands and helplessly said, "I admit defeat, I surrender, you win, you Faceless are awesome." Doria's tragic death made Dany hate her to the bone. That day, she threw this Faceless to the Whip King of Astapor Hattar. In addition to the extraordinary level of the whip, Hattar's job was actually an interrogator, specializing in helping the slave owners punish disobedient slaves. When Dany took Meereen, captured Yuan Kai, and returned to Astapor, Hattar came dejectedly to ask for forgiveness, because he did not make the assassin yield even after using all means. In desperation, Dany had to use the world's #1 torture, a small dark room. After more than 3 months of confinement, the assassin was just thin and spiritless, but there was no sign of collapse. Dany was prepared to continue to accompany her, but the news from the wind-blowing group made her vigilant. This Reese assassin was not hired by the Gith people, and Dany had known for a long time. After taking Meereen, would she interrogate those virtuous and great lords? The Gith people had just decided to hire an assassin, and the crowd-funded funds were still piled up in the Great Pyramid of Meereen. They were arranging for a fleet to transport it to Bravos, when the Dragon Queen's 50,000 troop came from the sky and took Meereen. Queen Dani put the red flower of 10 million gold coins into her own treasury. With witnesses and material evidence, Dani was completely convinced that there were other unruly people in the dark who wanted to harm her. "I've decided to let you go," Dani said to the Faceless. A glimmer of light flashed through the assassin's dull blue eyes. "Why? You made me feel the terror of the Faceless organization. I'm afraid and want to reconcile with you. Let's pretend that nothing happened. Faceless give up on assassinating me, and I won't trouble you. How about it?" "Haha, trouble Faceless with just you." The female assassin did not hide her ridicule. "I am the mother of dragons, the queen of Slave Bay and the 7 kingdoms," Dani said lightly. "The Faceless have existed since the time of Valeglia. The Dragon King not only has dragons, but also the entire world. Don't think I don't know the history of the Faceless. You have a long history, but at that time you were just slaves of Valeglia. You don't know anything." The assassin sneered. "I think you don't understand the situation. You're just a messenger. The one negotiating with me is the leader of the Faceless. It's up to him to decide whether to accept my conditions. Moreover, I will state my conditions. Even if you have different opinions, you can still bargain." "All right, I'll help you pass the message." That night, the Reese assassin changed his clothes and left without eating. Chapter 186. The next morning, on the garden platform of the Great Pyramid, Baristan checked the items in the travel bag and said worriedly, "I heard that Faceless One will not give up as long as they accept the task." "There are always exceptions." Dani was lying on the back of Big Black with a belt so that it was convenient for Whitebeard to ride. Today, they would continue the previously suspended trip to the Westeros. The old knight was always just a passenger, but Dani could reach the realm of human and dragon unity with any dragon. If there was no wind and Big Black flew at the highest speed, she could also dance ballet on his back. "We can't pose a threat to the Black and White House," the old knight said dejectedly. "I have a dragon. The Faceless One will know about the war at Slave Bay. The Megalosaurus once threw fuel bombs at the ship. Won't that alert them?" "Well, it's possible," Chola interrupted. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The sky above Bravos is shrouded in fog all year round, and the buildings on the ground can hardly be seen at high altitude. Bravos was established 900 years ago, and only hid for 100 years before taking the initiative to announce its existence to the world. At that time, there were still 300 years before the destruction of Valeglia. But the Dragon King of Valeglia was afraid of getting lost in the fog. After receiving a sum of compensation from the Iron Treasury, he gave up the punishment of the descendants of the fugitive slaves." Dani shrugged and said indifferently, "Even if the negotiation fails, there is no loss. The Faceless One is not as terrible as imagined. Didn't Tintu discover her identity?" Thinking of the dozens of patrol dogs in the pyramid today, the 2 white knights were silent. This time Dani changed the flight route. Instead of crossing the land of long summer, she crossed Slave Bay and went to Tolos across the bay. Then, she followed Valeglia Avenue to the northwest and flew in a straight line to the west to Volantis. The whole process would be flying along Valeglia Avenue. Because of the Alliance's attack route, one of them was the ancient Valeglia Avenue known as the Devil's Avenue. In less than 2 hours, Dani saw the ancient Valeglia Freedom Fortress built on the Cape Tolos. Smaller and more dilapidated than Astapor, it was on the verge of being abandoned. There were only a few flat-bottomed ships with their sails lowered at the harbor. 7 or 8 crew members were carrying wine barrels, flour, and other goods from the ox carts parked at the harbor under the sun. There were a few pedestrians walking on the old and empty gray stone streets. Hawkers wearing sun hats were pushing carts filled with colorful fruits along the pier to sell their wares. There were merchants in silk clothes hurriedly coming and going. There were sailors in short sleeves and shorts and prostitutes on the streets teasing Fearless. There was also a blue-clothed servant leading a white elephant that was as tall as a one-story building. He shouted loudly for the people in front to make way. A light breeze blew past, lifting the light yellow gauze curtain. One could see the pink-clothed girl peeking out from the golden chariot on the elephant's back. The residents here wore loose robes in the style of ancient Valeglia. Their skin was white and smooth, and most of them had silver hair or light blonde hair. They were typical of Valeglia. There were also a few Gith people wearing toka robes. Leaving the vicinity of the pier, the number of people on the streets decreased rapidly. Some of the squares were even empty. The whole of Tauros had a gloomy and decadent tone. It was dull and lacked passion. They quickly passed by the city with a radius of 1 kilometer. There were manors in the suburbs, forests full of red apples, green vineyards, golden wheat fields, and sporadic vegetable fields. Even more land was barren. There were dozens of sheep and a few buffaloes strolling leisurely on the spacious Valeglia Avenue. The total population of Tauros is less than 50,000. Their attitude is not a concern. Danny smiled. They are indeed not a threat to us. However, they can become an outpost for the Alliance army. They can even be a base camp for the army. Baristan said. Ha ha ha, that's great. Danny laughed. If the Alliance army shows signs of moving towards Tauros, I will take down this city first and place the battlefield outside of my territory. Of course, Tauros had slaves too. However, Slave Bay was 700 to 800 kilometers wide. Even if they took it down, it would only be an enclave. It would be a burden for Danny. After 2 or 3 years, the results of the battle with Yuan Kai and Murine would be completely digested. The next target would be Tauros. Tauros flew 200 kilometers northeast and came to a fork in the road. To the east was Mat Eris, and to the west was Borash. Tauros, which was located on the peninsula, could barely survive. However, Borash, which was on the Great Plains, was destroyed by the Dothraki in the Bloody Era. P.S. Starting from the fork in the road, the two of them entered the area of the Demon Avenue. Once again, the two of them entered the area of high-level magic radiation. What was interesting was that this time, Dahe Sea of Consciousness did not sense any crisis at all. This proved one thing to Danny. Blackie's sense of danger did not only come from its own safety. Danny's safety could also trigger its sense of danger. The ancient Valeglia Avenue in the land of long summer was empty. There were no traces of people. However, on the stone road to Mat Eris, there were a few caravans. There were dozens of people, more than 100 horses, and 30 to 40 ox carts. The caravan stretched for 400 to 500 meters. Through Blackie's vision, Danny saw 4 two-headed monsters, 8 dwarves, and countless deformed creatures with crooked noses and missing eyes. She guessed that the caravan belonged to Mat Eris. After 100 kilometers of gray-green wastelands, a boundless black sea suddenly appeared on the ground. It was the inland sea of the land of long summer, the Sea of Sighs. Mat Eris was located in the northernmost part of the Sea of Sighs. It was a black stone city with a radius of 5 kilometers. There were sky-piercing towers, sorcerer towers, Black Tower of the Holy Church, spacious streets, tall civilian towers, a plaza with a fountain, and a garden at the top. Like Orlos, this city under the jurisdiction of Valeglia did not have a city wall. That was not right either. The Devils of Mat Eris had built a new red brick city wall. The red bricks made of red clay and the red walls made of red bricks did not match the black-themed city. Sigh, why are there so many people? Danny was disappointed. Also, the sky-piercing tower in the center of the city is heavily guarded. We can't descend from the sky, Whitebeard said regretfully. Danny promised that if she could find Valeglia's steel armor in Mat Eris, she would let him use it. That was why the old knight was starting to lose his integrity. Or perhaps he had gotten used to it? Mataris's environment was not better than Orlos. It was also shrouded in magic radiation and filled with deformed creatures. However, this city was connected to Slavers Bay and Volantis. It had developed commerce and agriculture. Danny noticed that there were crops outside the city as well. However, they were not wheat. Most of them were strange dark purple chrysanthemums and dark red long-leaved grass that was taller than a person. Oh my god, those are soregrass leaves. They've grown so much. Whitebeard, who was using binoculars to observe the ground, exclaimed, "Soregrass leaves." Danny was shocked. She took a closer look and found that they were indeed similar to the soregrass leaves that she had seen at Slavers Bay. The leaves were green and red and were about 3 or 4 times smaller than the tobacco leaves. Its function was probably similar to betel nut and chewing tobacco. If you chewed it in your mouth, you would spit out the dark red juice mixed with your saliva. Not only was it unhygienic, it would also stain your teeth red. Danny hated people who chewed soregrass leaves the most. They've mutated. The plants here have all mutated due to the magic radiation. The swordgrass leaves in the ground were even taller than the tobacco leaves. The color was also a little different. It was dark red and the smell was probably stronger. Whitebeard pointed at the dark purple chrysanthemums below and asked, "Doesn't it look like agaric? The color and size are different, but the branches and flowers are very similar." Agaric had very high medicinal value. Together with mint, wormwood, honey, and a small amount of peppermint oil, it could be made into moon tea, and abortion and contraceptive medicine unique to this world. "I see. This godforsaken place can't grow food, but it can grow even more effective herbs," Danny muttered. As they continued to fly east, they saw small fishing boats in the sea of size and large areas of poppy trees on the shore. The stone road to Volantis was not empty. On average, they saw a caravan every 50 kilometers. "Hey, there are demons attacking the caravan. How tragic." The two dragons could not help but slow down. Baristan picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He immediately had goosebumps. Like a dense swarm of locust-like deformed people, they fearlessly charged at the encirclement of the convoy. Every minute and every second a demonkin was killed. Then, the nearby demonkin immediately gave up on their opponents and swarmed over the corpses of their companions. They grabbed a piece of meat and squatted down to gnaw on it without a care. After they finished eating, they continued to attack. From time to time, there were caravan guards who slipped and were dragged out of the defense circle by the demons. The mournful howls stopped abruptly. Crack, crack, crack. The horrible sound of bones being gnawed was heard. When the demons were almost full, they left the road and went into the nearby bushes and woods, leaving behind a slaughterhouse-like scene. Well, ignoring the large patches of blood, it was more like a dining table that had been licked clean by the guests. Danny said with a pale face, "No wonder this place is called the Path of the Demons." After experiencing this catastrophe, those who survived would either go crazy or lose their courage. "I don't know how many demons there are nearby. The Alliance has formed a formation. I'm afraid more than 1,000 demons won't be enough to kill." Baristan had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should hope that there would be more demons like this and cause the Alliance to suffer heavy losses, or that the Alliance could return peace to this area. After flying east for another 2 hours, the scenery in front of them suddenly became bright and colorful. Blue sky, white clouds, bright sun, green grassland, fresh air, and even breathing became clearer. They finally left the gloomy gray land of the long summer and entered the great plains of the Lone River. In order to pass through the long summer as quickly as possible, the two dragons flew at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. They took off in the morning and were already a little tired. After seeing a group of gray-haired bison drinking by a small stream in the field, Danny asked them to land. Blackie swooped down first, and a bright red dragon flame ignited a strong bull that could not dodge in time. The shallow stream beside it also bubbled with white steam, and it took a while for it to calm down. Baristan took off his backpack and walked over in the stream. He took out his sword and cut off a large piece of meat that was charred on the outside and bloody on the inside from the hind leg of the bull. He then used a dagger to cut off the charred meat and put it into a lunchbox. He sprinkled pepper, fennel, fire dragon pepper, cumin, and salt powder on it, and gave it to Danny after mixing it well. He took a big bite of the meat that was less than medium rare. It was bloody, and he did not even add any salt. It has a kind of primitive fragrance and sweetness. The old knight was intoxicated. "As long as you like it." Danny took a bite of the beef and mumbled. Chapter 187. Volantis, the first colony of Valeglia's free fortress. It was powerful and had a long history. It was known as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, the queen of the Lorne River, and the mistress of the summer sea. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the blood-red and swollen sun was half immersed in the sea. The waves sparkled and reflected the light. Hundreds of ships in the harbor were dyed red like blood. "Do you see that? That dock belongs to the Blackwell nobles. The 200 warships docked there are all prepared for that woman." Cadillac stood up from the back of the elephant and stood on the old mahjong mat cushion. He excitedly pointed at the long line of ships that stretched for more than 10 miles in front of them. There were beige sails, dark red sails, dark green sails, pale yellow sails. There was a flag fluttering on the top of the mast of each warship. There was the flag of the Lysians, the flag of the skull crown of Volantis, the flag of the Harpy of Gith, the flag of the Tourmaline Brotherhood of Queers, the flag of the white elephant on a green background from the Elephant Island of the East, and there were more than 200 of them, but none of them were flat-bottomed merchant ships. They were all highly mobile paddling boats and naval warships with long rams. They were like soldiers who were ready to go. They were lined up neatly on the drill ground on the ocean. It was daunting, at least like the coachman in front of the carriage who had a tattoo of a wheel on his face. His name was Cadillac. He was a blonde Lorna in his early 20s. He was thin and small, less than 1.65 meters tall. His long freckled face was even more prominent. After resting for only an hour in the wilderness, Danny and Baristan continued east on the Dragon. After flying for less than an hour, large and neat manors began to appear in the green fields. After flying west for another half an hour, the two landed in a birch forest with tall branches. After walking for 2 miles, they came across a small tavern with a banner that said, Aunt Kelly's Lamb Pie, on the side of the yellow road. The owner, Aunt Kelly, had silver hair and blue eyes. Her skin was fair and delicate. She was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman. She wasn't surprised to see the silver-haired, purple-eyed Danny. Most of the girls in the manor nearby had Valeglia's bloodline, and the woman had seen too many of them. However, Danny's appearance still left a good impression on Aunt Kelly. When she heard that the two of them wanted to buy a horse, she warned them, "Young lady, in the eyes of us locals and even foreign ship owners, traveling on foot is a loss of dignity, and riding a horse is too barbaric. People with status often travel in palanquins or elephant carriages. You don't look like a child from an ordinary family. Why don't we hire an elephant carriage?" Coincidentally, my cousin is a big player in the business of elephant carts. He has businesses in the east and west Volantis. Of course, I see that both of you have long swords at your waists, so you must be noble knights. Knights can't live without horses, and the horses in my family's stable. Aunt Kelly blabbered on and on. Danny bought 2 tamed horses, 1 white and 1 red, 2 carrot and lamb pies wrapped in paper boxes, 4 bottles of red wine from the land of the setting sun, and a pack of snacks. In the end, she even hired an elephant cart from her cousin's house. They spent a total of 5 gold radiance coins. Aunt Kelly patted her basketball-like chest and promised. Not only did she give them a 20% discount, she also removed at least 2 silver coins from the change. Danny's face was blank. She didn't ask anything and silently handed over 6 gold radiance coins. Under Aunt Kelly's shocked gaze, she said, "If you're honest, I'll give you a gold coin as a tip." Aunt Kelly held the 6 gold coins tightly. The smile on her face when she was expecting to get 5 gold coins was completely gone. Her blue eyes were filled with regret and self-blame. "I was too honest and let go of a big fish for nothing. From today onwards, my lamb pies will increase in price. I'm going to rip off every traveler I don't know." Volantis was rich in elephants, or rather, all the cities in the south near the summer sea had elephants. Slave Bay also had elephants, but Volantis had a lot of dwarf gray elephants. Using elephants to farm was not Danny's original idea. The people of Volantis had done it a long time ago. Not only could they farm, but they could also pull carts, transport goods, ride and fight. Elephants could do almost everything that horses could do. The elephants that were tamed by the people of Volantis were a type of small dwarf elephant. Their skin was mostly gray or white, dirty white. Hence, they were also called gray dwarf elephants. The dwarf here was only relative to the mammoth that was 3 to 4 meters tall. In fact, an adult dwarf elephant could also grow to 2 to 5 meters. For example, the elephant that pulled Danny's cart was 4 meters tall. Its white skin was like the snow that had been trampled on, and it looked a little dirty. The elephant cart was similar to the ox carts in other cities. It was an enlarged version of the ox cart, and its wheels were even taller than Danny's. The huge wooden wheels were inlaid with rusty iron sheets. The passengers sat on soft chairs that were cushioned with brown mahjong mats between the wheels. The coachman rode on the back of the elephant, and there was also a mahjong mat below. Valeglia's climate was hot. From the yellow dirt road to Valeglia's main road that was covered with solidified brown animal feces, there were more and more people on the road. Almost all the free people were sitting in palanquins or elephant carts. Well, the people who were walking had slave tattoos on their faces, and their clothes were also very simple. For example, the coachman who drove the elephant cart would have a tattoo of a wheel on one side of his cheek. Other than a loincloth and sandals, he wore nothing else. His bare back was tanned and shiny like a layer of oiled cowhide. After walking for 4 to 5 miles, they left the area of the manor outside the city and entered the east end of the West City's pier. The elephant cart stopped at a 2-story post station. The coachman climbed down from the elephant's back, pointed at Danny and said a few words to a silver-haired middle-aged man in a silk robe. Then the middle-aged Volantis man shouted loudly, "Cadillac, go to the elephant pen and get a high-level white elephant here. Change to a golden jade palanquin." Then, he came to Danny's cart and explained with a smile, "I'm Olivier, the director of the Valeglia People's Elephant Cart stationed at the pier. You see it too? There's a license plate behind the elephant cart so you can tell where the elephant cart is going." Elephant carts outside the city are not allowed to enter the inner city, so the two of you have to change carts. Don't worry, there won't be any extra charge. I'll also arrange for the best elephant driver and the most gorgeous elephant cart for you to send the two of you safely to the merchant house in the West City. Danny nodded blankly. What else could she say? Don't think that I can't hear you just because you're far away. That coachman's voice was so loud. The guest was rich and gave Lady Kelly a gold coin as a tip. However, Cadillac's skills were indeed extraordinary. His ability to control the elephant was 30% of Danny's ability to control the dragon. The previous coachman still needed to use a whip and reins to command the elephant. Cadillac sat cross-legged on the back of the white elephant, chatting with Danny while using the local language Valeglia with a grand accent to order the elephant to turn left, right, move forward, and slow down. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't sense any intense mental waves, Danny would have thought that he was a shapeshifter, an elephant spirit. "Where are you from?" Cadillac asked. "Bravos. This is my distant relative from the Westeros. He came to join our family because of the war." Danny smiled. No one doubted her as soon as the words left her mouth, for her Valyrian had a distinct Bravosi accent. "Sigh, I saw you coming from the east, so I thought." The horse-faced young man who had been speaking confidently suddenly became a little depressed. Danny rolled her eyes and said, "I'm from Bravos, but I did just come back from the east." "Really?" Cadillac immediately became spirited again. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you seen that woman?" "Which woman?" In the evening, the sun set in the west. On the streets near the port, people were as dense as sardines. The strange stench made Danny take out her handkerchief and cover her nose. Cadillac patted the elephant's back and asked it to slow down. He pointed at the fleet at the west and said with a red face, "The woman they're going to deal with." "How would I know who they're going to deal with? Just tell me the name." Danny pretended to be confused and asked, "Sigh, that's someone who can't even be mentioned." The young man climbed behind the elephant and said in a voice that was almost inaudible, "Slaver's Bay Dragon Queen." "Oh, it's her." Danny suddenly realized. "But why can't we mention her name?" Barristan rubbed his nose and turned his head away, leaving the stage to his queen. "It's not that we can't mention her, but—" Cadillac pointed at the wheel tattoo on his right cheek, the mark that represented the coachman's identity as a slave. He said, "I can't say it, we can't say it. Our master is afraid of hearing that name from us. So we can only use that woman to replace her. Even so, we can't say it in front of the local nobles. Sigh, guest, you won't tell my master, will you?" The young man's long horse face was a little twisted, and there was a hint of fear in his grass-green eyes. "No, of course not. I'm from Bravos, have you forgotten?" Danny said with a wink. There were no slaves in Bravos, and they had been raising the banner of anti-slavery. "That's true." The freckled man breathed a sigh of relief. Danny asked curiously, "This place is almost 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay. Why is it so harsh?" Sigh, in the beginning when the news of Astapor came, everyone could still talk about her. But since 4 months ago, she swept through the Guy's alliance. He turned around on the elephant's back and looked around. He found that the streets were full of people, and his face showed hesitation. "There are a lot of elephant carts nearby. No one is paying attention to us." Danny said, "Sigh, I can't say anymore." He sighed bitterly. But in the end, He climbed onto the white elephant's butt and whispered, 2 months ago, the woman brought by the sea merchants defeated the Guy's alliance at Slaver's Bay, and the whole of Volantis was in an uproar. A few days later inside the Black Wall, Lord Kihita woke up in the middle of the night and found the butcher at home sharpening a knife under the roof. I don't know the truth, but early the next morning, the butcher's family was beheaded, smeared with tar, and hung on a spear by the Black Wall. The passers-by on the street below could see it when they looked up. So, do you understand? Regardless of whether Danny understood or not, the blonde slave jumped up and stood high on the elephant's back. He pointed to the deep sea in the south and said loudly, "Guest, you don't have to believe it. We Volantis know that even if you sink all the hundreds of islands and bravos into the harbor, ships can still enter and leave freely. This is the widest and deepest harbor in the world." Yes, we Volantis have the world's first harbor. The passers-by nearby echoed. The Volantis people who stared at him and Danny in confusion also showed a look of realization. This is a smart lad. This is the kind of person we need to abolish the title, Danny thought with a smile. Chapter 188. Cadillac was not bragging. Port Volantis occupied the entire Lone Estuary, and the dock area stretched as far as the eye could see. Ships from all over the world could be found here. The docks that extended to the sea were like the burrs on a wild boar's skin. They were of different lengths and densely packed together. Not a single one of these innumerable docks was empty. They were all packed with ships and river boats, warships, whalers and trading paddle boats, galleons, flats, longboats and swan boats. There were ships from Old Town, White Harbor, King's Landing, Reese, Tylosai and Pentos. There were ships as large as palaces. There were ships from Barbarian, Asha and her Cologne. Even the caravans that transported goods to the dock stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Even when the last trace of red light disappeared into the western horizon, there were still tens of thousands of naked slave workers who were busy loading and unloading goods under the light of torches. On the tall elephant carriage, Danny's expression was complicated. The torches on the dark sea were as dense as stars. The chaotic shouting was ear-piercing. The salty smell of the sea, fish, sweat, urine and feces drifted with the wind. It was impossible to guard against it. This was indeed a world-class port, but its prosperity was all built on low-cost, or even costless slave labor. The laborers at the docks, the paddlers on the ships, the coachmen on the streets, the bearers in the hotels and wineries, the prostitutes on the streets, even the farmers in the manors outside the city were all slaves. She now understood why the Allied Army and the United Nations were here. Without slaves, the cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the trading city-states would instantly increase by 10 times. Thus, the prosperous maritime trade of this world could not continue. Not only was Danny destroying slavery, but she was also killing sea trade. If she achieved her goal, the entire world's trade would be cut in half. Other than the increase in the cost of maritime trade, the market would collapse. Under Danny's rule, the people would no longer need foreign goods due to the self-sufficiency of the small farming economy, just like the ancient Celestial Empire. The reason why it was difficult for the great Celestial Empire to develop maritime trade was that the dynasties rarely needed foreign goods. Even if the Southern Song dynasty lost a large part of its northern territory and had to rely on maritime trade to survive, the Song people also imported less and exported more. If there were many immortal islands in the sea, each immortal island would have different amounts of life-prolonging medicines. Yes, it could only prolong one's life, but not immortality. It was likely that before the Song dynasty, the Celestial Emperor had already been crowned as the leader of the earth. Unless there's something that can replace slaves and provide the merchants with the same cheap labor. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. As a modern person, how could she not know what was cheaper than slaves? Machines. Danny covered her nose with a handkerchief and asked the knight beside her in a low voice, "How many years has it been since the City of Knowledge was founded?" The old man frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Some ancestors said that they came to the Westeros 10,000 years ago, but some scholars believe that the Westeros only had a history of 2,000 years. Your Majesty can go to the old town and recruit a few scholars. The scholars in Slave Bay can't help you understand your homeland." Even if the City of Knowledge was founded 2,000 years ago, let me ask you, did they invent the steam engine? Danny asked. What? Chicken. Chicken, what a beautiful chicken. Sir, have you seen a boiling kettle? Of course. Then, are there any scholars who can imitate a kettle and build a big iron lump? Can. Danny's little face was tangled up. Finally, she said, it can spit air and turn with a metal wheel. No. The old knight's tone was very firm. Could it be that you don't know? The old man sighed. Your Majesty. Yes, sir, although I don't know what you're talking about, that thing sounds very complicated. With the blacksmithing skills of the Westeros, it's impossible to make it. Sigh, I have to go to the City of Knowledge myself, Danny said helplessly. Without a doubt, after the fall of Valeglia, the City of Knowledge in Asia became the representatives of the world's highest intelligence. Moreover, the scholars' spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge were very strong. They also specialized in the field of science and could represent the world's highest productivity. Hey. The Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and winked at Danny. What? She looked puzzled. You haven't told me about that woman, the coachman said unhappily. I thought you, Danny suddenly laughed. I understand. Aston, I heard that the mother of dragons hatched a dragon in Yuan Kai. She said loudly to the knight beside her. The knight was stunned for a moment and did not know how to answer. Ahem. Danny pointed at the coachman who was eavesdropping on the elephant's back. The old man reacted and smiled bitterly. Isn't that so? I heard from someone at the Newgith Pier. The two of them sang the same tune and told him about the wonderful scene of Slave Bay. Make way for the Honorable Lord and Lady of Bravos. The Cadillac shouted at the surrounding sailors and slaves in the local language to clear a path. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and heard every word of the two guests in the back seat. Looking at his energetic appearance, he was obviously very excited. Hey Bravos, are you crazy? How can that evil mother of dragons be so good? A displeased shout came from the side. Danny and Barristan naturally would not speak ill of themselves. Although they did not advocate that the mother of dragons descended to the world to save all living beings, they described her policies in detail and the significance of these policies to the new freedmen. The streets were not crowded, but the elephant and the elephant carriage were too big. It was almost as if the elephant was connected to the elephant, and the wheels of the carriage were pressed against the wheels of the carriage. From time to time, two tall wooden wheels would collide a few times, and then the carriage would creak and groan. More importantly, the elephant carriage did not have a roof. It was similar to placing a chair on a handcart, and the seats were open on all sides. At this moment, a white elephant draped in colorful brocade walked on the left side of Danny's elephant carriage. On it sat a fat blonde middle-aged man. He wore a gorgeous purple silk shirt, and the sleeves and collar were embroidered with an exquisite megalosaurus pattern with golden thread. Have you been to Slave Bay? There was obvious suspicion in the fat man's piggy eyes. I would like to, but Newgith and Queers don't have any merchant ships that go to Slave Bay. Danny shrugged and said casually, Haha, you haven't even been there, and you're still talking nonsense here? I've been there and I've even seen that woman. Let me tell you, that woman's head is this big. The fat man gestured at his pregnant belly. How is that possible? Without waiting for him to continue, an incredulous cry came from an elephant carriage on Danny's right. It carried a foreign accent. I heard that the mother of dragons is only 15-16 years old. She's a young and beautiful girl. There's no ugly person in the Targaryen family. How can she have such a big head? There were also two people sitting on the elephant carriage. They were two youths of similar age. One of them was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome appearance and an elegant temperament. He had a pair of blue eyes and sandy hair mixed with gold. The other had black hair and black eyes. He had a high forehead, a square face and a wide nose. He looked very honest. He was a little short, about the same height as Danny, but his body was sturdy and his limbs were thick. He was the one who shouted. His face was full of shock and disbelief. How is it impossible? The fat man's pig-like face turned to the youth and asked seriously, Do you know that she defeated the Gith coalition army? I've heard of it. She fought bravely and used troops like a god. She defeated a mixed army of more than 100,000 mercenaries, slave soldiers, and gift people with minimal losses. What's even more frightening is that no one knows her complete tactics at that time. The black-haired youth said with a complicated expression. That's right. The Volantis fatty clapped his hands and shouted, think about it. Without a big head, how can you support a height of 10 feet and a waist of 10 feet? Without a burly figure of 10 feet, how can you charge and break through the enemy lines? The black-haired youth was stunned. The corner of Danny's mouth twitched, and she reminded, she has a dragon. It's just a baby dragon that was born less than 2 years ago. The Valeglia fatty vowed. Our ancestor is the noble dragon king. Our understanding of dragons is even better than that woman. And the mercenaries who returned from the front line said that except for throwing kerosene bombs at the ship, that woman's dragon didn't kill many people at all. He spread out his hands, looked down at Danny, glanced at the two youths and asked loudly, the dragon that throws kerosene barrels is at most equivalent to a catapult. Let me ask you, is the catapult scary? Danny was a little speechless. In theory, in the same time, the fireball thrown by the Megalosaurus was not as good as the catapult. The process of Megalosaurus taking off, landing, and reloading took too much time. But does the catapult have the accuracy and attack range of the Megalosaurus? So the woman who can defeat the guy's alliance must be 10 feet tall, muscular, and like a giant. Danny held back her laughter and deliberately said with a pale face, it's too scary. I always thought that she was the role model of the female knight, and I want to see her style. Seeing that the youngsters were all intimidated, the fatty was proud and continued, that's not all. Everyone who has been to Slave Bay knows that the woman is cruel and bloodthirsty. Even nobles with high status would have their heads chopped off because of the slightest mistake. The noble didn't get preferential treatment? The blonde youth said incredulously. He is destroying the family preferential treatment. The woman has a butcher named Leon Shackle. In order to get the position of count, he killed countless royal families that have been passed down for thousands of years. The royal family is not an ordinary noble. Unimaginable madness, the blonde youth said with a stare. She is also a witch, feeding her dragon with the flesh and blood of newborn children. She is also a traitor who laughs at the gods, breaks treaties, deceives envoys, and slaughters good people. She is burning with desire, not only with men, women, and eunuchs, she even finds dogs and children to satisfy her desire. The partners she is tired of playing with all have a tragic end. The fatty lowered his voice and said in a horrifying tone, the woman takes the man's soul through intercourse. I must take down this city. Danny whispered in Barristan's ear. I have to make qualified white paper as soon as possible. Printing is easy, the guy's people are experts at baking bricks, but the pulp of paper can only be adjusted step by step. The paper to wipe the ass has been made long ago, but it is far from enough to be used as paper for books. With paper and printing, it is possible to print history books on a large scale. Chapter 189. After half an hour of traveling west along the docks, a vast river more than 5 kilometers wide appeared in front of them. The river flowed endlessly into the bay like thousands of galloping horses. The Rhone River, the mother river of the Loinars. After leaving the coast, the carriage took a turn and followed the river north into the east city of Volantis. Even though the sky was dark and she was several kilometers away, Danny could still see the tall black wall in the north. Volantis was the eldest daughter of Valeglia. It was the first colonial city outside of the land of long summer. In other words, it was an outpost. At that time, the Rhone River had its own master, the Loinars, who dominated the western continent of Ursus. Therefore, this outpost was especially sturdy. It was built using the same construction method as the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, which was what Orlos called immortal stone. Immortal stone did not refer to any kind of stone. Instead, it was used to melt rocks, add magic runes, and pour them into molds to create an entire structure. The entire stone building was immortal. For example, the 1,000-kilometer-long Valeglia Avenue was a whole. The 300-meter-tall, complicated Tower of Babel was also a whole. The oval-shaped wall in the East City was the same. It was 60 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It was prepared for the Dragon King's landing. Volantis had a natural harbor. After the Dragon King rode his dragon into the plains of the Rhone River, The city began to expand rapidly. The Black Wall on the east side of the river was inhabited by the old nobles whose bloodlines could be traced back to Valeglia. The newly expanded city outside the wall was filled with the houses, shops, and hotels of the wealthy Valeglia. The west side was a chaotic cesspool. The main population consisted of foreign tourists, sea merchants, poor free people, mercenaries, escaped criminals, eunuchs, pirates, and pickpockets. Even the shadowbinders and necromancers from Asha were mixed in. A long bridge connected the east and west city. Dani was a foreign tourist. She went north from the docks and entered the east city along the Rhone River. Then she crossed the bridge and went to the Merchants' Inn in the west city. Dusk had passed and night had covered the land. The shops, hotels, and stalls on both sides of the street hung parchment lanterns and colored glass oil lamps. Many colored circles of light lit up the gray stone pavement. The pedestrians under the lights were shrouded in a green halo, then a red halo, then purple, orange. The surrounding noises and the strange smell of barbecued meat coming from the stall gave Dani the illusion that she had returned to the night market of modern times. As they approached the long bridge that connected the east and west city districts, the traffic became more and more congested. The streets were filled with wagons, carts, and elephant carts. Most of these cars were heading towards the long bridge, or had just come over from the bridge. There were as many slaves as cockroaches in the garbage dump, running around for their master's errands. The Cadillac on the elephant's back dared not yell for pedestrians to get out of the way as it had done at the Docklands. This was because the people who entered the bridge were not to be trifled with. In addition to the Blackwell nobles who rode elephants, there were also merchants, rich people, and the most expensive tourists who rode elephant carts and public carriages. There was a black stone arch at the entrance of the long bridge. The arch was carved with sphinx, lion body, scorpion tail, dragon, and other strange animals. The long arch bridge behind the door was the same as the Blackwell and the Tower of Babel. It was made of melted stone and supported by giant pillars. It was as stable as Mount Tai and as solid as a rock at the mouth of the turbulent river. It spanned across the 2-kilometer-wide river. In the works of Longlegs Lomas, this long bridge, together with the Great Wall of the Northern Region and the Old Great Pyramid of Gith, were called the 9 architectural wonders of the world of ice and fire. It was an architectural masterpiece during the heyday of Valeglia. The road on the bridge just allowed 2 cars to travel side by side. When the cars from the east and west met, they had to slow down. The 2 young men's elephant carts were separated by the crowd when they crossed the bridge. The fat man riding the elephant had an extraordinary identity. With a superior expression, he leisurely continued to travel north. He wanted to return to the Blackwell. Well, before they parted at the entrance of the long bridge, he looked at Dani lecherously and invited her. Miss, although your bloodline is not as noble as mine, you also have the obvious characteristics of Valeglia. The dirty and messy West City is not suitable for you. Why don't you come to my house and stay for a while? In the end, he raised his fat double chin and proudly added, I come from the great Crowley's family in the Blackwell. You have to know that without the invitation of the people in the city, ordinary people can never enter the Blackwell in their lifetime. He looked like a rich second generation. He stopped a red Ferrari in front of Dani, rolled down the window, took off his sunglasses, raised his chin and asked, Do you want to come together? Thank you for your invitation. I will enter the Blackwell, but not tonight. Dani smiled and declined. The fat man did not say anything. He nodded and left on the elephant. The long bridge was crowded with people and the air was dirty. Dani had been covering her nose with her hand. She was not in the mood to look at the nearby scenery. After half an hour, they crossed the long bridge and arrived at the West City. After passing through the crowded road near the long bridge with great difficulty, the elephant car turned into a wide street in the west, and the speed increased again. The blonde coachman turned his head and smiled at Dani. Guest, don't worry. We will enter the fishmonger square soon. Before the voice fell, there was a sudden noise at the crossroad in front of them. Soon 2 rows of 12 unsullied holding spears rushed out from the corner. Move, move. Make way for the consul. The unsullied shouted. Cadillac hurriedly drove the white elephant to the roadside. He also climbed down from the elephant's back and obediently knelt under the elephant's belly. Dani tiptoed and found that except for the spiked helmet, the equipment on the unsullied had completely changed. He wore a dazzling golden armor and a brightly colored tiger fur cape. In terms of pretentiousness, they were more than a level higher than her gray underlings. The Unsullied opened the way in front. Then, 40 to 50 Tiger Cloak army soldiers surrounded a gray behemoth and turned around. The Colossus was 3 meters tall and wore exquisite colorful armor. With every step it took, the armor would reflect colorful lights like ripples of water. On the elephant's back was a tall castle. The castle was so tall that when it passed through the carved stone arch at the intersection, the wooden roof rubbed against the stone surface and made an ear-piercing creaking sound. I heard that the consul's status is honorable. During the year in office, their feet can't touch the ground. No matter where they go, they have to ride the elephant. Baristan explained to Danny in a low voice. He, from birth to death, the Dragon King of Valeglia, who lived high in the Tower of Babel, never touched the ground once. Without dragons, their descendants can only ride elephants. Danny mocked. Mu the Colossus let out a long and loud cry. Almost half of the city heard it, right? Walking around every day, everyone in the city knows that the consul is patrolling the streets. Danny bared her teeth and picked her ears. Consul Dofus has arrived. A tall Tiger Cloak army soldier in front shouted. After the apocalypse, the people of Volantis naturally regarded themselves as the successors of the Freedom Fortress, which meant that they were the masters of the world. But they didn't agree on how to rule the world. The old nobles believed in force, while the merchants and moneylenders advocated trade. Around these two tendencies, in order to fight for the leadership of the city, two parties gradually formed, namely the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The Tiger Cloak army came from the Radical Tiger Party. They wore tiger helmets and had green beard stripes tattooed on their cheeks. They were all slave soldiers. Do you think they will come to me anyway? There are 30 to 40,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers in Volantis and the towns near the Lone River. Danny said with an inexplicable expression. Look, the old man pointed at the tall soldier who shouted every few steps and said in a low voice, their spirit is completely different from the slave soldiers in Slave Bay. Instead, they are very similar to the Golden Cloak army in King's Landing. Their faces are full of pride and confidence. Danny sighed and didn't say anything. When the consul's team left, Cadillac pulled the belt tied to the elephant's belly and jumped on the elephant's back like a monkey. Just then, an elephant car came behind Danny, and she heard a person sneered and spat. Dofus can only be powerful for 6 more days. The companion next to him nodded in agreement. The alliance is a foregone conclusion. Out of the 3 consul, 2 have publicly expressed strong hostility to that woman. He has always said that he should be cautious. Of course, the people in the Black Wall won't choose him again. The 2 cars quickly staggered and entered different streets at the crossroads. Danny said thoughtfully, it was right to come this time. If I didn't come and see for myself, I wouldn't have known that Volantis is united and determined to fight with me. Not only Volantis, I guess the situation is similar in Queers, Zingis, Reese, and other cities. But you don't have to worry too much. The enemies of the Mother of Dragons will always be the people at the top. The ordinary people. The people's hearts are like water, and they change with the wind and waves. The old man comforted her in a low voice. Dang dang dang, dong dong dong. Rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums came from the street ahead, accompanied by a melodious flute and a mellow harp, combined into a happy and loud but not noisy music. Danny tilted her head and looked past the elephant's butt, and saw a long line of torchbearers slowly walking towards them. Most of the people who were surrounded by the torchbearers were acrobats. There were 2 midgets who were doing acrobatics of throwing balls, a freakish clown with strange cow legs and cow hooves, a garland girl who was standing on stilts and singing loudly, a man who was wearing a golden leather coat and whose face was also smeared with gold, riding a white lion and holding a golden banner to show off his prowess, and there was also someone. These acrobats and the torchbearers had one thing in common, and that was a distinct family emblem of 2 dragons holding a crown on the back of their clothes. Someone on the street said, Masihoso hired a circus troupe. Moo. Behind the acrobats and the torchbearers, there was a huge elephant car. In front of the elephant, a huge name was written with strange fluorescent powder on the side of the elephant, Civilian Hero Masihoso. On the soft seat of the car behind stood a silver-haired young noble of Valeglia. He raised a shiny brass horn and shouted, freedman of the West City, just like you. My father Masihoso is also a freedman, and only he can represent the ordinary freedman. For you, for the common interests of all of us, please vote for Masihoso." Danny's mouth twitched, and she had the illusion that she was back in the modern world, watching the twisted news. A golden-haired fat man behind a barbecued sausage stall shouted, "Little Dark, your father Masihoso is very good, but most of the freedmen on our street are not qualified to vote. You should walk around the black wall. Don't disturb us from doing business." Only the freedmen of Volantis who had reached the standard of wealth were qualified to vote, and not many people on the west side of the river could vote. Even on the east side, it was difficult for the commoners to get the right to vote. The election of Volantis consul seemed democratic, but in the end it was just a game for the rich and the nobles. A burly middle-aged woman walked out of a small building with a sign saying, "Megalosaurus Grocery Store." Her voice was louder than the barbecued sausage fatty. "What are you walking around for, Little Dark? Tell your father to give up. Without noble blood, who would choose you?" "Haha, Aunt Chloe, you should have the right to vote, right? Give my father a vote." The silver-haired youth on the elephant car laughed. "Come down." The woman, who was about the same size as the fat eunuch Bevo's, waved at the youth. "Accompany me for a night, and I'll give the vote in my hand to your father." "Ha ha ha." The surrounding people laughed together. Under the yellow light of the torch, Little Dark's face turned red, and he stopped asking for votes, and only urged the driver on the elephant to move faster. "Chloe, you should have told him secretly. On the street, even if that kid is willing, he can't let go," the barbecued fat man said loudly. Then there was another burst of laughter. Chapter 190. At the end of the street, the view suddenly widened. If one were to look from a high vantage point, the 2 rows of wooden houses and stone buildings on both sides were gone. The square was the size of 3 football fields, and there were countless carriages, sedans, and pedestrians. The short elephant pulling the elephant carriage was a little hesitant. It raised its trunk and panted. Cadillac lay beside its flapping ears and comforted it for a while before the elephant carriage continued to move forward. Under the yellow candlelight, the fishmongers in the square were shouting loudly to sell their catch during the day. Except for salted fish, there was no ability to transport live fish over long distances in this era. They could only catch fish in the sea and river, and immediately transport them to the fishmonger square to sell. The residents of West City of Volantis mainly ate fish as their main meat, and would come here to buy fish for 3 meals a day. Walking through the square, Danny saw codfish, swordfish, square-headed fish, and sardines piled up directly on the grass curtains. Next to them were buckets of mussels and clams neatly stacked. The boss of the fish farm would occasionally pick up a waterspout and sprinkle water on the swordfish. A hunchbacked old woman in a gray robe took out a copper coin from her pocket. A bare-chested slave with a flying fish printed on his face took the coin and stuffed the sardines into the old woman's basket without using a scale. He only stopped when the old woman repeatedly said, "Enough, enough, leave some space for me to put my vegetables." Danny's mouth twitched. The fishmonger treated the old woman as a garbage collector, and wanted her to take away all the dead fish. Then she saw a giant turtle in front of a shop. It was as big as the elephant carriage she was in. The turtle's shell was like a hedgehog and covered with arm-length black bone spurs. A few slaves stood on it and used a triangular shovel to scrape the moss, seaweed, shells, and other debris growing on the turtle's back. The giant turtle, whose limbs were chained up, was still like a cow, making a moo-moo-moo sound that was as long as a horn. This should be the old man of the river. Danny frowned. The Volantis people are so bold that they even dare to kill and eat the old man of the river? In the belief of the Loiner people, the Lone River was the mother goddess. Under the mother goddess there were a group of sun secondary gods. The giant turtle was one of them, known as the old man of the river. It had spirituality and divinity. Being able to see the old man in the river itself was an auspicious sign. Maybe it's not for eating. There's a consul election going on right now. Someone might want to offer it to the nobles, Baristan said. That's true. The meat of the giant tortoise is a bit dry, so it doesn't taste good. Danny nodded. Other than the fishmongers, there was no lack of food stalls in the square. Hawkers were frying fish steaks on iron plates. Paired with onions and beets, there was a strange sweet smell. There were also old women pushing handcarts, on which a small stove was cooking spicy fish soup. There was also a food stall that was filled with customers. There were steamers stacked up to 2 stories high at the entrance of the stall, and there were steaming red-shelled crabs inside. Danny swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to go down and taste it. Look, the merchant's house is right in front of us. There are all sorts of exquisite and clean food there, the old man advised in a low voice. The elephant carriage was close to the center of the square. The huge 4-story building opposite was brightly lit. Through the windows one could see the silhouettes of people inside. That was their destination for the night, the largest hotel in Volantis, the merchant's house. There was a circle of people in the center of the square. Under a broken Archon statue without a head, there was a troupe that had built a stage. Danny did not pay attention to them at first. Suddenly a loud shout came from the crowd. A man was holding his throat, and his voice was sharp and high-pitched. I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, the daughter of the Mad King, the bitch of the Horse King, the mother of the demonic dragon. Quickly, submit to me. Then she stood on her tiptoes and saw a fat man who was almost 2 meters tall. His face was as big as a basin, his nose was bulbous, and his mouth was like a hippopotamus. He wore a loose silver wig on his head. His face was powdered, and his lips were painted red. He was wearing a gray wooden armor, and there was a Targaryen emblem of a black and red 3-headed dragon on his chest. He was wielding a wooden sword in his hand, and he was riding on a cloth dragon made of broom and cloth. Is that Blackie? There were also 2 people standing below the stage, holding a long bamboo pole. Under the bamboo pole there were 2 pillow-sized cloth dragons, one white dragon and the other green dragon. The 2 dragons were hanging above the fat Danny's head. The fat man was not acting alone. Opposite him, there were 5 Gith people wearing yellow silk cloaks. The real Gith people, with their amber-brown skin, long black and red hair, and facial features that made Danny suffer from face blindness. Ordinary people could not disguise themselves. I am the war god Yuan Kai, the noble royal family's Graz Dan Eras. One of the Gith people took a step forward, and put on an unyielding, iron-blooded, brave and heroic look. For some reason, Danny could see so many great qualities in his stone face. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the world's richest man Yazan Zo Quags. Another person held his head high, and his eyes bulged, putting on the same expression as the previous person. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the 8,000 years of royal lineage Mornio Daznak. I am the great lord of Meereen. I am the new Gith Iron Army. After introducing themselves, the 5 Gith heroes shouted in unison, sacrificing our lives for the country, looking death in the eyes. The heads of the Gith people will always be held high. The evil mother of dragons will never conquer the son of the High Harpy. Ayaya. The fat mother of dragons shook her big head like a madman, and let out a howl that gave people goosebumps. I'm so angry, she shouted and rushed up on the dragon. What followed next was a brilliant battle of 5 heroes against Dragon Mother. Both sides went ping ping pong pong pong, exchanging blows like a bunch of idiots. However, the audience below the stage seemed to like this kind of lively scene. They clapped and laughed, and a few audience members in robes cheered loudly while throwing a few copper coins to the stage. Ayaya. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the mother of dragons took a few steps back and screamed with a distorted fat face, I'm actually defeated? Oh, we are. The 5 Gith generals on the opposite side leaned together and made a pose of a fierce general with Graz, Dan as the center, and shouted together with a drawn-out voice. Jiskali 5 eagle generals, where'd run? Kill, 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 kill. After the pose, the 5 of them ran toward the mother of dragons. The mother of dragons retreated until she reached the edge of the stage. When she couldn't retreat anymore, her fat face was ferocious, and she waved to the people below. Slaves, come here. 9 skinny slaves dragged their chains and walked up the stage numbly. The real slaves had tattoos on their faces, and each of them looked like they were suffering from tuberculosis. Their faces were sallow, their eyes were dim, and they walked with difficulty. The mother of dragons suddenly lifted her wooden armor. Ha ha! The audience below burst into laughter again. Because the fat man didn't wear pants, His two big white buttocks were all exposed. When he turned around, everyone found that he was a eunuch, and they laughed even more happily. But then a horrible scene appeared. The fat man pushed down a slave, flew up, and sat on his head with a lewd posture, and shouted soul absorption of the binding shadow spell. He got up and left a corpse with a broken neck, pushed down another slave, jumped up and sat on his waist. Kacha, the sound of the spine breaking could be heard clearly. The slave's eyes bulged, and he let out a horrifying scream and soon died. The third, the fourth, the fat man was half naked, and he cruelly killed 7 slaves with the 7 kinds of spring cry spell, and then waved the remaining 2 trembling slaves away. He laughed and shouted to the 5 Gith warriors, absorb the souls of 7 people, sacrifice them to the 7 great demons, and give me the power of the 7 gods. People of Gith, I will kill all your women, strengthen your men and boars, and feed your children to the dragons. Die. Then it was a tragic battle. The 5 warriors fought to the death, and for their companions, they used their own bodies to block the sharp sword of the Mother of Dragons. Soon, the great Lord of Myrene and the commander of the Iron Army covered their hearts and shouted, "Justice will never be extinguished." Their heads tilted and they fell to the ground. "Hurry up and leave, both of you." The great sage Mourinho grabbed the sword that pierced through his heart, and cried to his 2 companions, "Go you go, I will hold this demon back." Grazadin glared at the Mother of Dragons, who was laughing wildly. "No, I won't go, I will fight her to the death." Go, save the fire and fight again in the future." "No, there are thousands of heroes in Gith, and you don't need me. Today I will die here." At this moment, the figures of countless martyrs overlapped with Grazadin, and he was as great as a sage. Go, it's not worth sacrificing for nothing." "No, I won't go, no." The great sage, who was stabbed in the heart, and the war god of Yuan Kai, who was unafraid of death, rapped for 7 or 8 minutes. Grazadin was slowly convinced. He, who had planned to sacrifice himself recklessly, absorbed the great spirit and faith of Giscari from the great sage, and gradually became mature and steady. The intense emotions in his eyes, along with the teachings of the great sage before his death, were buried in the bottom of his heart little by little, and became nutrients that nourished his unyielding soul. He had sublimated. Yes, his emotions gradually changed, and his expression and mentality were very layered. Danny, like the audience below the stage, was moved. "You even used a classic scene from a movie, what else can I say? I'm convinced." Aizen the Wise was just a supporting character, and he didn't have many lines, so he quickly left the stage. In the roar of the Mother of Dragons, Grazadin slowly retreated to the stage. Very slowly. The musicians behind the stage curtain began to play sad and sorrowful music. The war god of Yuan Kai looked up at the sky and roared tragically, "Today's shame has not been avenged. When will the hatred of the great sage be extinguished? I swear from the beginning, I will clean up the old mountains and rivers, and comfort the spirit of the great sage." The performance is not bad. Do you often have this kind of performance? When the actors took the curtain call, Danny clapped and asked the person beside the elephant cart. A girl in a green robe, blonde hair, purple eyes and a beautiful oval face, held a large bamboo basket with hairtails, onions, carrots, and turnips. She should be a free person from an ordinary family near the square. The girl looked up at Danny and said, "Since the fall of Yuan Kai, the people of Giscari have been touring the city squares every day." "People of Giscari? Touring performance?" "Yes, after the Giscari delegation came to Volantis, they encouraged the consul to send troops to deal with the Mother of Dragons, and arranged for a troupe to perform a performance that slandered the Mother of Dragons. Chapter 191. Slander. Danny was interested and asked, "Maybe what the Gith said is true. I heard that the Mother of Dragons is not only 10 feet tall, but also 10 feet around her waist. She uses witchcraft to capture men's souls. She is a monster." "Maybe." The Volantis girl shrugged and said casually, "Maybe that woman is a monster, but the Gith are not as brave and righteous as the show. Nobles and merchants hate the Mother of Dragons because of sea trade. You don't seem to be a noble, but you don't like the Mother of Dragons. Why?" Danny asked curiously. "That's a crazy woman. How can there be no slaves in the world?" I don't want my life to be destroyed. The Volantis blonde said. We Bravos have no slaves. Now we have replaced Volantis as the leader of the 9 free trading city-states. And with all due respect, the new freedmen of Slave Bay are not necessarily worse off than you are now. The Mother of Dragons allocates 15 acres of mature land for each liberated slave, and the land tax is fixed at 1 in 10. She also provides interest-free loans, can buy cattle, can do a little business, and everyone is a propertied class. The Githa's 5 Eagles battle dragon mother did provoke Danny. At this time her emotions were a little over the top, and her words were a little out of line. Sure enough, the blonde girl was suspicious. She took a step back and said warily, Who are you? How do you know so much? The new Gith and queers all know. Whitebeard took over the conversation and said flatly, When we came back from the Jade Sea and passed by New Gith, the dragon slaughtering convention was being held there. Do you know the Allies, the United Nations, and the Dragon Slaughtering Convention? Volantis also sent representatives to participate, and is even one of the most important members of the joint conference. The Volantis girl blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm just an ordinary free person. I don't know about the nobles. After saying that, she bowed her head and ran away. I didn't expect the Gith to be so insidious, Whitebeard whispered. Let's stay for one more day and figure out where those bastards live. Danny gritted her teeth. After walking a few dozen meters forward, the Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and shouted, Guest, we're here. The merchant's house is right in front. What level of bedroom do you plan to book? I can give you another ride. The merchant's house beside the fishmonger square was located in the north-facing south. It had the best wine and many guest rooms in Volantis. It was a 4-story behemoth, overlooking the surrounding warehouses, taverns, and brothels. The side facing the street was 300 meters wide and had 5 large doors. Each door corresponded to a different level of guest rooms. Above average is fine, Baristan shouted at the golden-haired coachman. He then explained to Danny in a low voice, the best VIP room is a private courtyard. It's clean and quiet, but you can't get much information. Danny nodded and agreed with his decision. 2 minutes later the elephant stopped in front of the middle door. Before the carriage came to a stop, a black-haired young man in a clean white linen dress greeted them, bowed and asked, Guests, do you want to stay here? Danny saw a door tattooed on his face. Doorman. Baristan carried his backpack and went down to talk to the hotel staff. Danny saw that Cadillac did not leave even though he was leading the elephant. Instead, he looked at her expectantly. She smiled and asked, Do you want a tip? The horse-faced young man was also a little embarrassed when his thoughts were seen through. He stammered before coming, The master told me that you were a generous guest and gave Aunt Kelly a gold coin as a tip, so, if I give you a tip, won't your master take it away? Danny asked. Maybe the master will reward me with a roast chicken and a bottle of sour wine, he said expectantly. Okay, for your roast chicken and wine. Danny nodded, took off her backpack and took out a handful of yellow copper coins. Find something to put it in, she said to the young man who was stunned. Oh, the Cadillac was a little disappointed at first, but then he thought about it. The money was not his, and the fare was only a dozen or so copper coins. The other party had given him a dozen times the reward, so it was not a small sum. So, he walked over happily and pulled the linen cloth around his waist. Just put it here. Walala halala. 2 handfuls of brand new copper coins were thrown into the cloth bag. The blond young man said, Thank you for the tip, thank you for the tip. Seeing this, the staff nearby became more attentive to Baristan. The first floor is the hall, and the guest rooms facing the street are noisy. The second floor in the backyard is the most spacious and comfortable, he said. 2 connected upper rooms facing the street. We want to see the night view of Volantis. Okay. And our horses, as they were talking, the Cadillac had already untied the reins of the horse behind the elephant carriage. Catch. Danny threw over another 2 copper coins. This is for you. Go to the square and buy a fish steak and a cup of wine. Miss, you are a kind person. Stepping into the public rest area of the merchant's house, she was greeted by the noise of the merchants and tourists, as well as the heat of the torches and bonfires. It was also mixed with the smell of ale, barbecued meat, sweat, feet, and prostitutes. Under the chandelier hung from the ceiling, There were 70 to 80 round oak tables. There were no partitions and most of the tables were filled with people. There were sailors and tourists hugging prostitutes and drinking wine. There were merchants whispering in the corner. There were rice merchants waiting to ship, standing on the table and loudly selling their barren black rice to the surrounding merchants. There were also buyers banging on gongs and walking through the hall shouting, "Iron ingots, unlimited iron ingots." There was a bank representative with a big belly sitting in a fixed seat in the hall, roaring and belittling the value of the goods mortgaged by the borrowers. Dozens of female slaves with tattoos of wine bottles and dining tables on their faces walked through the tables, serving the guests wine and food, clearing the empty tables, plates, wine glasses, and wine jugs. After taking a few steps in the hall, Danny found that it was bigger than she expected. The first floor of the huge building was a restaurant. The courtyard in the middle was paved with stone slabs, planted with many grape trellises and a rockery. There was a pavilion and a stage on the rockery, and there was a cave in the rockery. Standing in the front hall, one could see the courtyard without obstruction, and even the back hall and the left and right halls. There were only gray stone pillars supporting the roof, and there were no walls on the side of the hall facing the courtyard. There were many drinkers holding wine jugs and standing in the courtyard to watch the performance on the stage. Danny and Baristan also asked for a seat in the corridor. After ordering some wine and food, they looked curiously at the stage on the rockery. Before they finished watching the play, Danny's face darkened. It was telling the story of two Gith people, Shira and Hikari, father and daughter. The plot was probably the Gith version of Shrike, Hill and Bug, which was Yang Bailao and Shira. Hikari was so hardworking and capable, and Shira was so pure and kind. The father and daughter lived a simple but happy life in the manner of Yuan Kai, and the result, the Gith girl sang with a sweet and moving voice, "I lived on the edge of Yuan Kai, and my family had a house and a field. My life was happy." Who knew that the mother of dragons, she was rude and merciless, violated human ethics and had no respect for the heavens. She occupied my big house and took my field. My mother fell out with her and was burned in the face by the dragon's flame. My father scolded her for bullying the good people, but she caught him and put him into the pyramid. She strengthened him 100 times, 100 times. A guest in the corridor of the West Hall spurted out wine and laughed. "I want to try such a good thing 100 times, 100 times. Ha ha ha, this group of Gith people is really fucking talented. They can even think of such a bad trick. Hey, being strengthened 100 times, why is your father not dead yet?" A drunkard in the courtyard pointed to the middle-aged Gith man on the side of the girl and shouted, "Lord Ju's body is strong, and his life must be preserved." The middle-aged man clapped and shouted, "Oh Lord Ju, are you a noble? My grandfather is a virtuous master, inherited from 10,000 years ago." The Gith man sang. The Gith girl continued to sing, "The fire is the clothes, the blood is the soup. The mother of dragons burned my village, 50,000 peasants hung on the stake. She even put the crime of burning the great Gith plain and killing 50,000 slaves on the head of the mother of dragons. I'm going to kill those bastards. My lord, if you can't bear it, you'll mess up the great plan. One day the world will know the truth." Whitebeard held down Danny's clenched fist and whispered. Danny shook her head with a straight face. "I don't care if they confuse black and white, because history is destined to be written by me. But it's obvious that the group of Gith people copied my cultural propaganda strategy. When she saw 5 eagles fight the mother of dragons in the square before, she didn't react. Looking at the obvious traces of plagiarism of Yang Bailao and Shir, Danny suddenly woke up. Her policy was studied and carried forward by the Gith people. The once simple otherworldly people also learned bad things. This Whitebeard's face was distorted, and he said after a while, "How about bribing a group of bards to help you spread? It's too fake." It was still the guest in the West Hall. He hammered the thick oak table, and the cups and plates clattered. "Hey Gith people on the stage, can you be more careful? The mother of dragons has taken down Murine and Yuan Kai. Why should she burn her own manor? Not to mention that she has been freeing slaves. Even the stupidest Westeros lord will not kill his peasants for no reason. If all the peasants die, who will farm for her?" The word Westeros was like a magnet, instantly attracting the attention of Danny and Baristan. There were 3 people sitting at the table, a dwarf with a missing nose, a middle-aged man with a solemn face, and the last person's back could only be seen. 7 levels of hell, Tyrion, Barristan exclaimed in a low voice. Who? It's that little devil, the dwarf son of Tywin Lannister, Tyrion Lannister. Why is he here? The two said in unison. They looked at each other, and Dany asked with a smile, Can he recognize you? Whitebeard touched his blue-dyed beard and shook his head. The little devil is very smart, and he has been in King's Landing for a few years. I'm not sure if I can hide it from him. Dany looked sideways at the second male protagonist of Game of Thrones. His legs were thick and short, deformed, and his head was disproportionately large. If he was prettier, he might be able to disguise as Mungming's son. However, he was really ugly. The shape of his face was already out of place, and he was missing a nose. His nostrils were black, and his forehead was protruding. His mouth was full of brown and golden stubble. He looked a little like Zhu Beiji in the wild. He was a little short, less than 1 meters. Monkey King's torso, Zhu Beiji's head. Was there anyone who looked worse than him?